Hello everyone and welcome to the Overwatch League APAC Qualifiers. It's the final day to set your spot in the seeding for the knockout bracket. We have some incredible matches today and the whole gang is here, them too. It's Leg Day and Lemon Key. We got Avril and Achilleos covering the second match. It's good to be back.
Yeah, it is absolutely wonderful to be back, and back with a banger as well. We've got ourselves an absolute slobber knocker to start off your day today with Soul Inferno, who are coming fresh off a victory against who everyone thought were going to be their favourites in the entirety of APAC, Guangzhou Charge, going up against the Hangzhou Spark, who many would laud as a Chinese super team.
Oh yeah, this is the battle for second place between these two teams. Seoul currently in second, Hangzhou in third, who have only experienced a loss to the Guangzhou Charge, who are sitting in first place. But speaking of the Guangzhou Charge, Seoul Infernal beat them yesterday. Spoiler alert, sorry y'all, it was a gigabanger of a game 5. The only way that Seoul can get first place is if they get a 3-0 today, and then it all depends on how the Guangzhou-Shanghai match goes. So last day, a lot of math going on.
Yeah, Seoul definitely going to be kicking themselves for their loss against the Seoul Dynasty in a 2-3 fashion. Right at the beginning, I believe, in week 1 of our APAC qualifiers here for our Spring Stage East. Of course, all of our teams will be qualifying for our knockout rounds, where they're going to be going up against a bunch of contenders' teams. And at some point today, I'm not willing to give you any exact time, because I don't know. There is going to be a bracket released for our knockout, so you know who's going up against what. Of course, we've got to sort out our seeding first, because, hey, it's still up in flux, Lemon, and, well, our top half at the moment is anybody's game.
Yeah, and it's important for seeding. I know everybody gets to go to the party, but who shows up first and on top is important, because you may get a bye into that first round knockout bracket. The rules, they're coming out. But to get that bye, or to be able to go up against a contenders team instead of an Overwatch League team, is that advantage. You know, we don't underestimate O2 Blast and the crazy teams coming out of the Pro-Am, but at least if you can go up against a team you know what to expect, it's maybe easier for you.
Yeah, it could be a little bit easier to get through. Of course, only 2 of our teams will be moving forward on to our Mid-Season Madness tournament itself, because only 2 APAC teams are representing. I think 4 teams from North America are going to be moving. But hey, while our teams are going to be fighting so much for the presence at the Mid-Season Madness, you don't have to fight for presence in the Mid-Season Madness. You simply have to exchange your currency for the ability to be there, because tickets are going to be going on sale for the Mid-Season Madness global tournament in Korea, which is going to be taking place in Kintex Goyang, I believe on June 15th through the 17th. And they'll be available from midnight on May 15th, and that's Pacific time.
Oh yeah, good luck getting those tickets. You gotta be up bright, or up late gamer hours, or bright and early if you're on the East Coast or Europe. Yeah, the Mid-Season Madness Global Tournament in Seoul. So if you're down to take a long flight all the way over there, it's gonna be an awesome time. And we're getting to see Pro-Am teams going up against the Overwatch League teams, and we saw on the North American side how exciting that was.
Yeah, we saw exactly how exciting it could be to have that kind of global competition, to have the in-between tiers competition. Everyone gets real excited, and the stakes raise a little bit when we're not just in our little insular bubbles of East and West in APAC, and of course over in North America too. Everyone likes to see the contenders teams involved, and when it becomes inter-regional, more and more pride comes on the line for the spectators. Everyone wants to see their own region pop off and rise to the top, and, well, we're also going to be able to see that later this year as well with the Overwatch World Cup, which is going to be a doozy. I'm really looking forward to that. But before we think about things like that, we've got to think about the immediate seeding. Here are our standings. Guangzhou Charge are sitting pretty at the top, but they can be challenged with some contrived circumstances.
Yeah, just to bring those up one more time, the Seoul Infernal faced the Hangzhou Spark in our first match. Seoul need to 3-0 to fight for that first place. Hangzhou Spark, there's no way for them to get first place, but if they win, they can grab and steal the second place from the Seoul Infernal. So that's why I kind of set this first match of Seoul versus Hangzhou as that battle for second. Seoul, if they get the 3-0, it'll depend on how Guangzhou and Shanghai Dragons duke it out as our second and final match of the day. Barring some kind of crazy upset from Shanghai, Guangzhou should be in a good position to stay in first place today.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty may well continue being last, but that would require quite the effort from the Shanghai Dragons, as if going up against Guangzhou Charge they get swept, of course their map score is going to go down to -10, which would put them in last place. Seoul Dynasty, their fate is no longer in their hands, and it's been a disappointing run through for them. Their tournament is over. But for our teams up at the top, it is still their own games to play. I don't know if Hangzhou Spark could get first. I think, no, they couldn't.
No.
Right?
Yeah, I said that. Hangzhou can't get
Yeah.
first. It's battle for second. Seoul,
Yes.
though, you look at this roster on paper. Prophet, PH, the Pro Boys, as I like to say, Bellos, Ria, Void, Lisuman, Krillin. This should not be a team in last place. And you could say the same about the Shanghai Dragons. Having Hisu and Fleta is huge. Even Iris, I'm a huge fan of from his North American stay. So it's crazy, but that just shows you the level of competition that we have in APAC.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Iris, huge fan of Iris's plays. On the, I believe, Houston Outlaws popped off quite a bit and had some time with Panthera as well down in our opens, trying to get their way through to the top. And then somehow Fate ended up on Panthera, and Iris went over to the Shanghai Dragons instead. But it's going to be a lot for the Dragons to go up against the Guangzhou Charge. But first, we've got to think about how the Hangzhou Spark are going to take on the Seoul Inferno, who have come off of a blistering victory. It was hard fought and hard won against a team that actually swept the Hangzhou Spark 3-0. They had trouble dealing with Jimmy. Seoul Inferno did not.
And I would be scared too, with Seoul Infernal setting a world record on Esperanza with the fastest cap time against the Guangzhou Charge of all teams. You set a record against the #1 first place team in APAC. So Infernal are not to be messed with, and you heard it from Mag in the interview. They're good at identifying the threats on the other team, and yesterday Seoul said that was Jimmy, as Seoul will set their sights against the Spark. Shy better watch his back, because Jimmy had it coming yesterday.
Yeah, Jimmy absolutely was targeted and blown away by the Seoul Inferno. But another thing that Mag said in that interview, Lemon, aside from just targeting Jimmy, was that he expects to MTD Gushway today. He's going to generate a big old MTD. And you know what? Here's Seoul Inferno coming up. We're going to be able to see their starting roster real soon. I don't think there's going to be any surprises for anyone. They've got a fairly limited roster, but let's get hyped for who's on it.
MN3, or as I like to say, MN3K. He rolls around the block with that Glock, and you just can't deny how good his Ashe is. But it's a tall task to go up against Shy on the other side. But Hangzhou Spark really like their double flankers, so we'll see if MN3 will stick to either that Hanzo Ashe style, or if he's gonna want to go back to Sombra.
Yeah, it's a big ideological question here for Infernal coming in. I mean, if they want to try and match that double flanker, or if they want to learn from what Guangzhou Charge did when sweeping Hangzhou Spark and overwhelming them with hit scan power, because we know that Jimmy confounded the Spark. They could not deal with Jimmy. And while they may have learned from them as to how to deal with the long-range poke of a Hanzo or an Ashe, MN3 can fit into those shoes incredibly well and have a hyper-carry performance. There's a Seoul Infernal fan.
He's right there!
Yes! He's here! He's arrived! It's the fan!
Your shirt says cramp. Are you okay? We'll see if he's okay after this match. We'll check in with the singular Seoul Infernal fan. It's cool from the WDG Esports studio, being able to host watch parties, of course, if the players are online. But going up against the Seoul Infernal is the Hangzhou Spark, the third place team. Here is your roster. Their only loss was the Guangzhou Charge. They're very reliant on the double flanker. They rival Seoul Infernal when it comes to execution, but this team has a lot more experience on the Sombra Trace.
Yeah, huge amount more experience. Shy and Leave, of course. Some would consider the best DPS in China, but Jimmy is definitely making a play for that status, knocking on the door, as it were, of Shy and Leave. Leave, of course, a previous season MVP for a fantastic 2020 season, I believe, maybe 2021, on the Chengdu Hunters. And the Hangzhou Spark fans appear to have turned up here at our WDG Esports studio as well. And I'm expecting that we're probably going to see Leave and Shy bring out a bunch of that double flankers you talked about before, Lemon. And with Leave and Shy liking the Sombra, it is going to limit Mag's ability to bully people on the Wrecking Ball, which was a mainstay of the tactical depth of Soul Infernal yesterday.
That's the big question. Is Mag going to want to play the Hammond? I think that style really favored against teams that don't go for the double flanker, because we talked about how the Hammond is meta for many reasons. The Discord Orbs of Zens, the Honest Sleeps, the Sombra hacks, there's a plethora of counters, and Mag went unchallenged yesterday, had a total of 3 deaths on Hammond statistically, but going up against the Hangzhou Sparks double flanker, I would think Mag would have a bad time, but statistically, he looks like he'll have a great time against Guxue.
Yeah, this Winston match is real close when it comes to the eliminations. Only 0.1 ahead is Guxue. The final blows, a little bit higher. And that might be to be expected when you're seeing a lot more Sombra play from the side of the Hangzhou Spark, who are getting a few less final blows from their Sombras, but the Primal Rage kills. This is what could really be determining, Lemon. A Primal Blade of Guxue certainly is feared APAC and the world over. And to be honest, going over towards Mid-Season Madness, we kind of expect Guangzhou Charge to be there, but we expect one of these two teams to be the second APAC representative. And this might be a hallmark series to determine which one would be taking that second place.
A lot of damage from Mag, who put on the damage too in the interview, saying he's ready and confident that he is going to MTD Guxue. This match will begin on Lijiang Tower, where both these teams have seen levels of rush, specifically on the Reinhardt. Mag yesterday, I think, was a huge proponent of winning that round 3, game 5 Antarctic icebreaker it was, when Mag went Reinhardt, and they executed it perfectly against the Guangzhou Charge to win at the end. But Hangzhou, they like their Reinhardt rush too, with Lieb's May and Shy's Cassidy.
Yeah, both of these teams knew exactly how to respond to the Dallas Fuel Junker Queen when it came out previously, but I think that both of these teams are leaning away from running the Junker Queen themselves, like you said, much preferring Reinhardt in the rush. They have two very classically main tank leaning players in Guxue and, of course, in Mag as well. But critically, there's a touch more depth on the Hangzhou Spark, where they have 20 waiting in the wings to fill off-tank roles, whereas Mag at the moment is solo tanking for the Soul Infernal, and no matter what strategy is dreamed up by the coaches of Soul, it's gonna have to be Mag who fulfills that role.
I'm just scrolling through all the matches that these teams have played, and I don't see a single Lijiang Tower played. It's been a lot of Oasis and Ilios, and we start on, I believe this is Gardens, and with the Symmetra TP from both sides, so no positional advantage. But it's the double flanker dive from Spark, and look Soul come out swinging with the positional advantage, as Hangzhou will be able to leap over this bridge when the time is right.
Speed, power, and aggression. MN3 might find himself the most likely target of a dive here. He's got a wider hitbox, only 200 HP, remember. Not quite as beefy as he once was before, and a lot less means of saving himself. It's going to be down to skewed and good usage of that immortality field to make that happen.
I like the shelter that Soul Inferno's backline takes in Dojo. It's going to be harder for Shy to get these hacks. Already failed to man anti from Monk on the backline of Soul to get the immortality out. Soul defend their healers well. A fire strike pierces through the Spark. 3 down immediately, as Soul's frontline fortress of the rush was not broken down at all.
I want to expand a little bit on your point about the dojo, because it's a fantastic point that Soul Infernal are going to be exploiting as we move deeper into this match, and it actually stops Guxue from being able to deliver a good amount of damage with the Winston Leap, because you can't land directly inside the dojo. The doors are simply too small to make that happen, and it means that Soul Infernal have a lot more time to react when Guxue comes in and have a little bit less healing that they have to catch up with.
Hangzhou Spark will leap over the bridge, able to place that bubble in Dojo to keep their double flankers anchored back there. Guxue leaves, Langsa load, but able to live on, as Hangzhou haven't killed anything yet. Hack finally connects to Skewed. That's been something that he's avoided well thanks to that Dojo positioning. Hangzhou, though, what a quick punish from MN3. Ooh, get the headshot on not only one, but two, as Hangzhou have still failed to get a single elimination.
That skew tracking was brutal. Fixer being down, though. This might be a slight opening for the Hangzhou Spark. They're coming up close to the EMP now, so Soul and Fern are going to have to answer this with fantastic spacing. And remember that it can also cancel an amplification matrix from Skewed. So Skewed needs to be careful when this is going to be going down. Shy's already been caught. There's no translocator, Lemon.
This is the second time Shy's been punished while decloaking in the back line. I mean, the first time I forgave him because it was a headshot from MN3. The second time, he had time.
No forgiveness.
Yeah. And you still didn't have time for the EMP, but this is do or die for Hangzhou with 78% plus for Seoul.
Yeah, this is a very narrow amount of time that Hangzhou Spark have as well before Fixer gets the sound barrier up, where they're really going to be able to get a good engage with their EMP. So Shy needs to get multiple people and needs to do it real soon.
The Nano given over to Guxue. Shy with the EMP. Guxue pounces. 3 dead on impact from the Spark. Their first successful fight of the round, despite 2 ults being dropped from Seoul. It wasn't enough to defend and get the flawless round they wanted.
Big mess up from Zest as well. Using the Blizzard to try and counter that dive when Shy still had the Blizzard available. Remember, in the most recent patch, new interaction, Blizzard can now be cancelled by EMP. And that freed up all of the Hangzhou Spark to continue following up upon that dive that they manufactured.
Skewed is able to avoid Sombra so well, but the hack was interrupted. Hangzhou up by 1, taking out M3 is a big threat removed. Lucky headshot from Zest on the lead makes this a 4-on-4. Spark, they have the sustain of the Primal, but Monk's been shattered. You take those every day. Now you swing on the Langsa. There's no supports. Langsa used the rally, knew this was final fight territory for Seoul at 93. Soundbearer from Fixa wasn't able to save Skewed. Seoul in a dangerous position, but I think they've made a big enough dent into Spark that Seoul shouldn't be too worried.
Goshua's going to be able to return, but he's going to be super vulnerable. Langsa already dinked coming in by MN3. Leave the possible in hand, needs to try and take this into his own hands, Lemon, and save it for the Hangzhou Spark.
99% for Seoul. The rush is working out, taking down another Juggernaut team. Fixa with 2. Hangzhou just haven't been able to divide and conquer this death ball of Soul Infernal. As the round 1 will end 100-53. We go to the second one, and this is the rush pulling off on a Gardens map. We haven't even gone to Control Center yet.
Oh yeah, Control Center is exactly where Hangzhou Spark don't want to go if they don't want to match this. We know that Gushue's got the Rhine in his back pocket, but Soul Infernal looking very hot on their movements, their rotations, their opportunity cost. Mag did a great job there of just solo shattering the Ana, realizing what the opening in that particular fight was, and taking huge advantage of it. It's a quick look at MN3 being able to pop off with the aim on the Cassidy.
Yeah, really good immortality there, because Guxue was reacting to the 2-man anti-monk got on Skewed and Fixa, which got them below half health. And Skewed is countering this double flanker so well. I was worried about that, of how Shy and Leave were going to carve apart these supports. We go to Night Market with a different style of rush from Seoul with the Zarya Reaper. Feels like the Dallas Fuel special. Hangzhou sticking to their guns with a dive.
Remember, the Reaper can be somewhat waylaid by the whip shot from Langsa, but if that is going to be used onto the Reaper, it does mean that Mag can usually move forward for free. For now. Very, very frugal when it comes to the bubbles. Wants to save them for a full engagement here, not using anything in advance to give Hangzhou Spark an opening for an unprotected Zarya to be farmed.
Yeah, Hangzhou trying to find different angles. Seoul, they leave the point, go towards mid-map. Spark are just so separated and they haven't found like a right hack target until they just get blown up by this Reaper at close range. Yeah, Fixa gets the credit. I guess he's booping the supports off the map. You can't even translocate. The Reaper's in your spawn.
Fixa's got the most final blows on his team, by the way, at 6 right now. MN3 and Zest at 5 and 4 respectively, but Fixa's definitely showing why he is on this team. And he's not someone we get to talk about a huge amount. It's just to do with the main supports. Consistency is their best friend. They're really the flashy players. But Fixa certainly making this map his own. We used to call it Lijiang Tower, and I don't have time to come up with a pun that makes it Fixa's zone.
Well, the speed advantage for Seoul makes it so they can decide when they want to disengage and engage. As Hangzhou have to play off of contact of hacks or maybe a low target from Leave. Coordination is key from the Spark. who disappear from the point after showing face. Now at the front is Gushue, and the supports are still getting killed by Lucio. But you gotta thank the Ant Matrix, well placed by Skewed. Lynx fixes killing people off screen. I just can't believe this.
He's got a
What is
triple.
going on?
Mom, get the camera. It's another Fixer triple. A quad, maybe? Even more? Ah, come on, Mag. Come on.
His arm is whipping back and forth like he's sweating this game.
Yo, why not? If you can get this 3-0, you are in a great position to try and take that first place seed. And what a time it would be for Soul Infernal Zest, hiding out here, undiscovered thus far by Lynx. If they still don't know!
Oh, they don't know. Great bubble from Mag 2. You couldn't stop it even if you tried. 83+% for Soul as Hangzhou Spark have the ults to break into this. It's about an EMP from Shy. He's got to get into position. Keep an eye on this. Soul are playing so split up. They know what is coming. And they're spy checking every second of the way. Fixa is still 2% off of Sound Barrier. Should still be able to counter this. Gushue gets nanoed first. See what he can get kill-wise. He's trapped the supports. MN3 did get slept. EMP is thrown out. Hits the 3. Fixa is still killing on Lucio. The Sound Barrier saves the team as Hangzhou have to play from behind.
Now Mag can move in. Not near that grab yet, but with no energy. He's not going to be a brutal combatant on the point. Still, Leave taken down. MN3 missed the aim. MN3K could be on the cards. For Grav inching ever closer. Lemon as the Mortars go through the Ant Matrix.
Oh, Hangzhou. It was a good rotation to the point. They had the protection and the safety to just hide away, despite not getting the immediate conversion on the primal, or not the primal, the nano and the EMP. It got a little hairy, but Hangzhou hold on. But having to use that many ults, it'll be tough to keep this up.
Yeah, they are really going to be relying on Leave here to get an early pick. Remember, it can be answered by Skewed here with an immortality appeal, but getting that out of the way early is value in itself, even if it doesn't convert into a full kill. MN3 is looking for any targets who would dare present themselves to a Peacekeeper. He is brutal at mid-range.
Leave needs to have his impact knowing the immortality has been used. This is Leaf's time to shine, but his team is dead. So this has been Soul being relentless on control. What a shot from MN3. The turn and burn. Gushue bursted down. 100-51. A huge team diff at the start of our series. Soul Infernal take game 1.
Fixer for Lucio, ending 21-2 with 11 final blows. Fixer just asked the entirety of China, excuse me, was this your super team? Because they can't deal with Fixer the Frog. Simply too much to bear, and that was actually a really good setup there for Soul Infernal in the final fight as well. They send in Zest so that Lengsa has to play close to Monk to try and protect that tiny little Lana that needs protection from a Brigitte shield, but it forces them together, allowing Mag to drag them both into the Graviton Surge so they can be easily cleaned up. The tactical depth of this team doesn't seem to have withered at all. Soul Infernal are still on a hot streak.
I want to also point out that Fixa versus Shy. Fixa had 3.2k damage, Shy had 3.5k. If your Lucio is putting up somber numbers, there is a big problem. There's a fire in the Hangzhou Spark camp, and we're going to find out after this break if they got a fire extinguisher. The fire continues to burn for the Hangzhou Spark in a not great way after getting beat down 2-0 on the first map of Lijiang Tower. When your Sombra is almost getting out-rivaled by a Lucio in damage numbers, there's a problem.
A big problem, and a large problem, and it appears to be going demon mode. Mag being able to bring out the Reinhardt twice here and not even having to flex the Winston versus Winston against Goushway. There is nothing that is being forced on the Soul Inferno right now. They are very comfortable able to play their own game. Hangzhou Spark are having to adapt, and hopefully here for the Hangzhou Spark, they're able to actually bring enough power to bear to force a reaction from the Inferno, but Fixer ain't reacting to anything.
Yeah, hashtag demon mode is literally Soul Inferno's brand, and Fixa, he's almost got the demon hair going on. 2 deaths, 21 eliminations. Fixa is like that Reddit Lucio on it, and the fact that you're doing that against Hangzhou is scary. But I gotta say that the backline of Soul Infernal, I think, is what is making it so difficult for Hangzhou Spark to get hacks off. Shy against Skewed has been difficult. Leave can't even leave a pulse bomb because immortalities and boops and everything. By the time Leave wants to throw a pulse, his team is dead. Soul Infernal with the speed advantage too because of Fixa, because Hangzhou like to play the Brig Ana, does give Soul Infernal such a aggression advantage. But that's on control, where the Lucio's going to go away after this.
Yeah, Fixer likely to flex over onto the Brigitte instead and try and give Zest a little bit of help in those Tracer versus Tracers. And honestly, Zest, when it comes to reputation here on the Tracers, very well known for their Tracer play, but so too is Leave. It is definitely not an easy matchup, but Fixer can do more than his fair share to try and help out with that with the long-range repair packs. As we head over to Hollywood Lemon, we're going to expect a bit of Winston versus Winston potentially, but hey, Soul Infernal have surprised us before, and they may well surprise us again.
Yeah, Hangzhou Spark, like a particular composition, the double flanker dive with the Brig Ana is their bread and butter. Soul Infernal, love that composition too. On this very map, the last time we saw the Infernal on Hollywood, it was a beautiful cap, a minute 36 against the Shanghai Dragons. They won this map. When it comes to Spark, they actually haven't played Hollywood. They played Kings Row 3 times and a Blizzard World, so they just, we don't know what to expect besides, you know, Spark doing Spark things.
Yeah, sometimes Spark do Spark things, and sometimes they don't turn up to a game. Like the Guangzhou Charge, shut them out. Credit to Infernal, they have not been shut out of a game yet. Their loss against the Seoul Dynasty was a 3-2, and honestly, they're probably really kicking themselves for that now, given that Seoul Dynasty have since, they fell down a flight of stairs, and they are having trouble getting up, to be honest. They've been running through this bracket with all of the grace of a hippo in high heels, and Soul Infernal, since then, they've gone from strength to strength. That kind of Soul Bowl loss lit a fire under this team, and that fire's been responded to incredibly well. As we head in, it's going to be Soul Infernal, rolling out on exactly what we expect.
Big stakes for Soul 2. If they can 3-0 this match, they will have a fighting chance for first place, depending on how the Guangzhou Charge Shanghai Dragons match goes. Some scouting from MN3, great to see him back on the Sombra. The double flanker is not something we saw from Soul yesterday. Despite wanting to put pressure on Jimmy, they did so with the Hammond, and MN3, a quick execution on the Shy despite the Goushway bubble coming down. The follow-up from Mag, there, you can't even hide behind the bar, but you'll need a drink after that one. Soul Infernal, they are shutting the door on Hangzhou today.
Put your keys and your healing behind the bar and get out. Hangzhou Spark, they rolled out with the Sojourn. It was a risk to take an MN3. He was up in the trees, Lemon. He was doing some guerrilla warfare and identified the weakness of the Sojourn. The slow kid who could be dove upon. And Shy does discover MN3 doing a bit of scouting, but that's still going to slow down Hangzhou Spark again, as Leave needs to buy more and more space here to try and get Shy through untouched.
I like the Shy Sojourn call. We've seen the DPS preferring the Sojourn to have extra mobility, the jump to easily get to high grounds, but also away from annoying Winstons. But the charge time to get to the deadly blow of the Sojourn shot does take some time. It's easier off the Winston bubble, as Hangzhou Spark just posturing, waiting for the Mag bubble to break. Now that that's gone, Zest could not sneak up to Goushway. Would have been a good call. The pulse doesn't hit, as the Soul Infernal backline in trouble, separated away from Mag. His bubble is still alive and well. Oh, Mag barely barely gets away. He's so close to Primal. He's playing his life. The Soul Infernal are up by 1. After a few picks, including the Zest Tracer diff that we've seen thus far, and it's back-to-back fights for Soul.
That was an absolute classic example of a backline race. MN3 gets picked off by Leave at the end, though, which could actually be bad news bears. Still, skewed, hitting the sleep onto Gushui, absolutely imperative. Gives Mag all the time that he needs to try and make this work.
All right, the Nano first from the defense. Mag can go in as deep as he wants because he has the Primal, stuffing them right back. Jump from Shy, he gets Nano too. He's brought back up to full, and Mag will respect that. He was down to half health. EMP from MN3 hits 3. Lenksa with the rally in response. Spark, this is their biggest chance to go to the point. And it's Shy above with 2. And Zest can't even go around the corner. Shy, 3K to give Spark the point.
And it's about damn time that Shy returned to the throne that was built for him. The Chinese super team thought we're going to get the hit scan coming out of China. That was always Shy. It's always been Shy. And Jimmy may well have made a play for the throne, but Shy was not going to let him have it for free for long. Moving back over now onto the Sombra, realizing, hey, between these two areas, the Sojourn's just too vulnerable.
Hangzhou used everything in the tank, though, to break open that point. So this is going to be a pretty vanilla fight from them. Soul of the pulse bomb. It does hit Gushui. Focus fire there from Infernal to remove that tank. And now the supports of Spark are exposed. Mag cuts off the right door. At the left is Zest, punished by Lenksa. Spark are still backing away, but they're getting squashed like insects by Mag. And it still hasn't stopped. Leave tried to put a stop to it. The pulse doesn't hit. Soul have not stopped pushing Spark in, but Gushui is back. So Soul will have to slow down a bit.
Gushui has returned, yes. Yesterday, Mag promised an MTD, and at the moment doing twice as much damage per 10 as Gushui. Has been able to be much more aggressive and avoided a bunch more of the sleep darts. MN3 has to TP away. Doesn't want to get hacked and have that translocator disabled, but Monk's playing from relative safety here, so we'll be able to farm up yet another nano and give Gushui some agency to try and take that high ground away from Skewed.
EMP from MN3 hits no one. The Spark went under the roof and they must have LOS'd, or there's a... I have no idea. Spark, unaffected. As MN3 also suffering from difficulties on the Sombra, it seems. The Spark have their own EMP as a response. Keeping shelter below the building. Soul Infernal above. Mag discovering them. Shy EMP, but a huge anti from Skewed just annihilates the Spark backline off of the fight that seemingly was theirs, but Shy, just not enough.
A nano incredibly well timed on Mag allows him to soak up a huge amount of post damage from the EMP with that 50% damage reduction. And of course, Soul Infernal here, so difficult to break away from his high ground. Lenksa being forced to take the nano from Monk meant that Gushui had no way of actually challenging this high ground because he can be brutalized the second that he even sets foot upon the territory of Fixer.
Zest dodging the hacks from Shy. Also in charge of anchoring the cart. Soul Infernal rotate well to back up Zest while he cycles back. As Hangzhou have to remove them by force. Pulse hits Monk as Lenksa makes up for the lack of healing with a rally. Soul go up to the high ground. Fixa rallies back to the low ground, realizing that he wasn't with the team. Soul Infernal communicate well. Lenksa down. Spark's backline just staggered from each other, as this attack is gonna take time to really find value, especially in Gushui didn't have time to get Primal out. So Spark definitely have to reset.
The body system maintains its power, and crucially here, Soul Infernal, they have not let the cart get too far, so they can still make use of this front roof without having to play all of their high ground cards towards the back, where they can easily allow Hangzhou Spark to get Monk up onto high ground without being harassed. This allows MN3 to play this forward angle and really track Monk and Lenksa to set up a dive.
EMP from MN3, the backline, Monk, Lenksa fall over, follow up by Skewed with the anti-nade. Phenomenal job from Soul. When it comes to the double flanker, Hangzhou just tried to stretch the limits of this cart while they knew this was a lost fight. Not getting staggered here is important. Leave gets out.
Silver lining at least.
Oh no, he doesn't.
Oh, that's a terrible stagger. That's brutal, Lemon. Leave won't be able to take part in the last fight, but Shy. No, we can't get the EMP in time. What a farm from Mag.
Wait, who's gonna touch cart? You don't have Lucio, you don't have Leave, you don't have Shy, you don't have nothing! You have a Primal, it's spawned! Gushui has to use Primal to jump his way there. He's got hacked Guxue needs help. 911. Where are the friends? You got a bubble, but that's not gonna help. Soul Infernal will cut down this attack short of point B. Oh, Mag, he's ready to go to bed.
Oh, Mag is ready to go to bed, but he's got to put these boys down to nap time first. Mag at the moment, 10.3k damage per 10 on the Winston. Guxue, 5.6. He promised an MTD, Lemon. We thought.
He didn't lie.
We thought that it might be a little bit confident, might be a little bit of a meme, but no, you're exactly right. No lies detected. Statistically, right now, Mag is making Guxue look like a gold player.
Soul, though, are just pounding this backline. Like, Monk and Lexa can't live. I don't blame Guxue for not winning the tank battle. Leave and Zest are pretty even on pulse bombs. The staggers at the end, I think, are what costed Hangzhou another fight. Shy and MN3 have had good and bad EMPs. They're pretty even in that regard. But Hangzhou have to invest so many ults to win a fight that it takes them time to generate new ones. There was very good rotations from Inferno between Zest and the rest of the team to anchor the cart, which delayed a lot of progress from Spark. No matter how many fights they had, they just were not able to progress. So this is very winnable from the Soul Infernal. Even it was a couple of one fights off the point off of just MN3 assassinating Hangzhou as they came out the gates. We'll see if Shy can do the same thing.
7 deaths each for Monk and Lexa. You're exactly right. The defensive positioning given here by Shy is going to allow for potentially the same thing to come out from the Hangzhou Spark to farm the Soul Infernal. MN3 rolling out on the Hanzo here is very interesting.
No sleep, skewed, exposed. Ixa got his back though. Yeah, back to the Sombras they go. Hanzo would be a big risk. Yeah. Soul, now that if they've cleared the Sombra, you think that maybe Shy has translocated somewhat close by. You actually ping Leave on the right side, and I believe that's a pink X-ray, so they might know that Guxue is there too. This is an overextended push from the Spark. We'll see if it bears any fruit. As soon as the bubble goes down, Shy leaves. Speaking of him, he still is alive and well. He's in range of Monk and Lexa as Spark are not letting Infernal get any space at all.
Oh, check out this hacked back as well from Shy. This gives Leave a very safe place to try and work from if he wants to try and take a flanker duel. Mag taking too much damage, and that demands all of Skewed's attention. But while Skewed's attention is here, that's where other things can fall through the cracks. Still, Hangzhou Spark forced to move away for about a moment as Leave is farmed up towards a pulse bomb, and you bet that it's going Fix's way if he finds him.
Soul Infernal is the first time they've even gotten close to the point, and they've lost MN3 on contact. You got this bubble right through the choke, so Soul have to deal with that first before they go through, especially when you're running an Ana composition. Leave! Speaking of that, Ana, RIP. Soul back to spawn. Hangzhou can pull off a better defense. They can get their revenge and even up the series.
2021 MVP refuses to be embarrassed by the Soul Infernal here. Shy, all the scouting in the world. MN3 are the same, but here's a EMP advantage here for Shy, and the staging for Hangzhou Spark is already done. Whereas Soul need to purchase this space with resources.
Alright, Soul Infernal plays the bubble first. It's popped immediately by the Shy EMP. Nano onto MN3 just to allow that extra damage, but Hangzhou Spark have left the party. 5-on-4 though. Soul chase down the remnants. They don't want Leave to get back anytime soon. They're starting that first take. They remove Shy. That anchor. Zest blows himself up! And Lexa pops the rally. Nanoed by Monk. This is the stability that Hangzhou needed to bring back this point. And you deny the first take from Soul, but they're still fighting through this. Mag and MN3 in this tiny closet, punishing the Spark for overextending yet again. Mag might be the hero that Soul need yet after all.
Mag is just doing so much damage with these jumps. So precise, able to land on someone every time, deliver that 50 burst damage. Shy will, yes, have a chance, but Zest has already spy-checked him. That's going to keep him so far away for a while, and Leaf has to touch instead.
2 ticks, almost available from Soul. They get that. Mag makes sure that no one can go from the high ground, but the trouble from Spark is on the mini-pack room. Leave crosses. He's getting marked by Zest. Leave not able to take the space he would like, and that's because his backline is in trouble. Soul are okay for now. EMP from MN3 will seal the deal for this fight, and it took so much time for Seoul to do this, so Hangzhou might be hanging on for now.
MN3 does give up the option to have the momentum EMP here, but I think you're right, Lemon. Sealing the deal was super important. When you think about the overall win condition here for Soul Infernal of pushing through second, you can't risk a clutch on first from a rejuvenated Hangzhou Spark. MN3 overbrawls a touch into Shy, hoping to try and generate that EMP just a touch faster, but Shy is going to be quicker to the bat. Still, with Mag up on high ground and a missed pulse bomb here, Hangzhou Spark need to try and gather their resources up on high ground so they can take advantage of that defensive positioning that was so good for Seoul on their own defense.
Skewed using sleep. Just needs to be careful if you invest that into the Tracer and you don't know where the Sombra is. Oh, well, they're really just paying attention to each other. They're on a date and Leave just third wheeled. But Soul Infernal, they're the ones with most ult. Skewed with the Nano has given this to different teammates. MN3 in the EMP fight, usually Mag, sometimes Fixa. The sustain is what's needed if the backline is in trouble, but Mag gets slept in the middle of Primal. The Zest Pulse doesn't find anything. Soul's ultimates haven't gotten any fruit, but hey, you're close to the win condition. And the box of victory at the end. EMP from Shy hits most of Seoul. Fixa brings him back to life with the rally and brawls Gushui in the bubble. Gushui does get nanoed. He is slept. You gotta leave him alone. He's actually woken back up as the Spark hold a wall at the payload.
A Primal Blade in hand here for Gushui. An emergency if it's needed. Still with 3 meters left. There is a little bit of time to work with here for the Hangzhou Spark before that rolls on in. Mag goes deep, but doesn't have the Primal to stay in. Instead, just going to be farming up that healing for Skewed, who is well ahead at the moment of Monk, by the way. About 3,000 more healing per 10. 8k versus about 10.9. MN3 scouting out. The EMP stands ready, but good positioning here from Monk is going to make him difficult to catch.
Pops the EMP. Gushui and Leave affected, but unharmed. Primal from Gushui just to displace Soul Infernal. 1 minute left and meters to go. A one fight will give match point to Soul, and it's back and forth. Spark holding the cart and forced to fight there. They are split up by the Mag bubble, and Soul Infernal are missing some supports. Monk barely lives. Lynx's rally will keep him up for now, and he stuns up the competition as Soul have to escape to the high ground to give them another fight.
But now it's Seoul who are feeling the peril with 30 seconds remaining. This could slip through their fingers. MN3 is desperately trying to farm it towards that EMP so that it might be a difference maker in the last fight, but it's definitely going to come down to Mag. A Nano delivered, potentially a Monk slain. You need to be able to path here onto the Ana. You can't have Lynxa interrupt this, but with no rally, it's going to be much more difficult to do that, and Fixer's got more staying power with their own.
If Seoul don't 3-0, they will lose their chance to get the first place, the first seed into knockouts. It's important for Seoul to finish this off cleanly as Hangzhou won a battle for second seed. It's the Primal, it's the rally. Good night, Mag. But what happens to the Spark? Gushui still needs to get healed back up. Monk holds the Nano. EMP from Shy. He receives the Nano too, but battling up Brigida is not what's on the menu. Seoul push to the end, and they go to match point.
The siren song of first seed continues to ring so loud in the ears of the Soul Infernal. Up against our Chinese super team, Leave is looking absolutely flustered. Hangzhou Spark beaten at their own game in this case. No one should have been able to stand up to Leave, but Zest is making it happen right now. Well ahead on damage. 11 final blows from Zest. But in reality, I'm looking at Skewed right now. The Rock at the back. We heard in Mag's interview, Lemon, but Minseok, Skewed, he is the Rock, both of this team in terms of healing and in terms of emotion. A veteran who played with the Gladiators for so long and was taken away from his favorite role of the flex support in order to move over to the Brigitte. But now he's back and doing what he does best.
If Seoul can pull off the 3-0, they can fight for first place, but it depends on the Guangzhou-Shanghai match. We'll see if they can do it cleanly after this break. It's match point for the Seoul Infernal, and they're on fire, baby. Coming off that Game 5 win against the Guangzhou Charge, and making quick work of the Hangzhou Spark for the third place team. So this is kind of crazy how much Seoul have leveled up.
Seoul only dropped one series thus far. It was to their sister team, the Seoul Dynasty, right at the beginning. Oh, I love that little demon. Well, I suppose it's not a little demon.
Hulked out.
He's a hulky demon. He's a chungus demon.
It's Chad. The Chad Infernal.
The Chad demon?
Let's go Infernal, says the sign. I imagine. I like it simple. Simple and clean.
Yeah. Keep it simple, keep it clean. That's exactly what Seoul Infernal are doing right now. No real shenanigans. They're fighting the Hangzhou Spark at their own game on Hollywood. The double flanker versus the double flanker, and coming out handily as the superior team. And as hyped up skewed before the break, I think that his ability to stand stock still while drinking water is definitely part of the mental fortitude that allows him to really be that rock in the backline.
I'm also losing the staring contest to Zess right now. Skewed, I think, is winning. I'm not sure. But we have butts and seats, and we have a map 3 around the corner where it still was a close game in terms of the final fights. It wasn't this clean, like, 5-man sweep when it comes to fights. Both teams had to fight tooth and nail for it. I think Seoul Infernal, or I should say Hangzhou Spark's defense, didn't have as much cart presence, which didn't delay as much progress and draw out as much time from the Seoul Infernal's attack, which gave them about 90 seconds left to push to the end. So I think Spark, just small things like that are what can really stress out Seoul Infernal's offense. But we go to a final map to see if Hangzhou Spark are boomed or not.
One more map, Lemon. One more map. I believe we're going to be heading over to Rialto, and this is going to be where MN3 versus Shy might move away from this Sombrador that's been going very heavily in favor of MN3. Look at that hero damage done difference. The final blows, unbelievable. MN3 certainly is closing out a lot more of these dives than Shy is.
And I think that's why Mag looks so much better than Gushue. I know we're writing MTD, but as a fellow support main, you gotta shout out how people are able to keep the tank alive. And this double flanker difference, I think, is what is pounding Gushue. Because Gushue's supports are dead, thanks to MN3 and friends. Shy's not doing that same impact to MN3 supports, so Gushue's not getting enough healing and enough resources to brawl out someone like Mag. That's why you can't, stats are so hard to look at in Overwatch, because one factor leads to another. But I just gotta say, I was thinking the Spark had more experience on double flanker and therefore were supposed to be better than Seoul Infernal, but I'm seeing the opposite. The numbers are there.
Yeah, you talked about a lot more resources going to Mag. Let's talk about one particular resource, the Nano Boost. It feels like it's rarely ever being applied to Gushue with the same initiative that Seoul Infernal are able to use when they have their own engagement. Seoul Infernal are controlling engagement super well by Mag having excellent dives with bubble placements that stop him from being whip-shot away by Lengsa. And to respond to these nano dives, we often see Monk having to nano Lengsa to try and keep him alive, or even Shy in desperation to try and get value out of EMPs. And that means that Gushue rarely has a very effective engage because he's playing with just the regular Winston damage. And I think that high ground play from Infernal as well has meant that Monk has not been able to hit many nades. We have not seen much in the way of antis on Infernal, and that once again means that Gushue can't do nearly as much.
And just looking at map stats, Rialto, Spark visited this against the Dallas Fuel and won this. They were able to stop them at point B with the same composition that they always run, the double flanker. The Hangzhou Spark are the team that run this composition the most when it comes to APAC. And on the side of the Infernal, I don't see much Rialto. Havana can be.
Yesterday, and that was MN3. MN3K is how it went down, Lemon.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that match. It was just yesterday.
Yeah. We suppressed that memory because it hurt so much for all the Guangzhou fans, but Mag was playing the Diva in that particular case, but I wouldn't mind seeing a swap up in terms of Soul Infernal style here to match up once again against Hangzhou Spark on their preferred composition, because you've got confidence here. If you're Soul Infernal, you think you can continue to do this. MN3 checking to see if Shy would dare meet him in a Widow duel. It's not going to be happening though, and so swapping back over onto the Sombra.
All right, Soul Infernal. No Widows in sight. No problem. I wouldn't want to play Widow against these flankers and these dives. Just be asking for a punch to the face. Spark are just hanging out on the high ground. Some scouting there from MN3. Gets the hack onto Guxue. The call is made. Mag jumps up top. Has the assistance of Zest. And Guxue seems alive and well. He rounds the corner. Hasn't given up this high ground. Three-man ante from Skewed is what really kicks off this fight for Soul. They converge onto the Spark, who don't leave the high ground fast enough. Guxue made the call, placed the bubble, but Monk and Lengsa never left. So they got punished, and Spark fall apart. They desync.
And this is what we talked about in our break as well. Just so many more antis being hit by Skewed right now. An absolute wizard with the nades. Being able to hit them into the midst of Hangzhou Spark and grabbing both supports and a Winston. Like, you've got two shields to try and deal with that. Your Ana should be playing a relatively more safe range. The fact that Skewed is able to get this much value is criminal for a single biotic grenade.
Oh, Mag in trouble. He was already anti to the pulse on top. It's a pain sandwich, and the Spark can reestablish themselves. Chase down everyone. Great sleep on the Fixa to guarantee that kill. Spark need every kill they can get to generate ults, especially that EMP.
Time for Monk to rise up. Once more, reclaim the throne as the best Ana in China. Maybe an APAC. Skewed though. Faster to the punch when it comes to the Nano. Can put this over onto Mag. And we'll have to see again if the theme starts to develop of Mag getting a lot more nanos than Guxue. Could be forced out early from Monk if it starts. Maybe save Lengsa from a stick.
Like Soul controlling the high ground. Last time Spark kind of lost this fight at this point was over just not dropping and not following each other on the call. Looks like they're already better at this. Guxue respecting that. Mag jumps in, has to get Nano because he was hacked and almost died. A save from Skewed keeps this fight going for Soul as they generate that EMP. MN3 close to it. Shy getting into position, but with Mag on the high ground, he wants to make sure he grabs him into this. As Mag, as soon as he LOSs this on a Shy, could pull it out, but Shy needs to go back for heals or a health pack. He dropped down low. Hangzhou have given up so much space. The MN3 EMP comes out first. Shy in response. Infernal dropped their first support. Hangzhou, they reinforce their front line. And they hold on to the cart, and you depend on Leave to convert on the pulse bombs as Spark bring this down to a 1-minute offense for Soul.
Monk getting so much value in that fight, managing to anti-Fixa. The second that he uses the rally to deny any healing, meaning that the Brigitte can't really stay in the fight. Mag now swaps over onto the Diva, thinking, I need to try and bully Guxue out of this. Leave, by the way, has lapped Zest on a pulse bomb and is now building a third before Zest uses his first. Leave is absolutely tearing through the Soul Infernal, saying this ends here, and tearing through MN3 as well.
The fact that Mag is the first to concede to go to a Diva, coward. But also great counter. Mad respect. I would do it too if, first seed is on the line and all. 30 seconds for Soul. Still not getting point A. This is a huge comeback for the Hangzhou Spark. So many ults coming online. The lengths of rallies, which you have to keep an eye on for. If they can get a critical stun onto Zester MN3. Mag got slapped, is only slowed and not halted. It's now the anchor placed on the Soul Infernal cart. And Spark have been so good at preventing progress, and the cart has even fallen back so many meters. So many ults available from Spark, waiting to pull the trigger, waiting for Soul Infernal to make the first move. MN3 pulls the trigger. It's a 4-man EMP. Spark don't even have time to use the rally. Lengths explodes on impact. Zest is slept. Monk lives on. He has to give his attention to the front line to keep this cart going. Shy's EMP wasn't enough. He didn't have enough teammates to win the fight. As Spark invests so many ultimates and fail.
A 5 ultimate fight and a 5 ultimate failure from the Hangzhou Spark. Unfortunately, a well-placed whip shot from Fixa keeps the Primal Blade at bay and keeps a Nano Brigitte from falling off the map and being sent to a swimming pool of doom. Zest, yes, has to recall away now, but Soul Infernal, they are thanking their lucky stars, sighing in relief.
Oh.
that they have been able to even get to second.
Goodbye.
Brutal.
And that Soul momentum push might be squashed. But you're really just brawling Mag. It's all about bullying Gush Wei on this Diva. Zest trying to force out the translocate from Shy. And after Hangzhou invested so much, it's fine for them to brawl because they need to generate those ults. You know Mag has self-destruct, so you have to be aware of that. Oh, pushing the sports down to the ground is a good call from Mag. The cart is still pushing also halfway to point B. A Spark or at the front of it as they try to restabilize.
This gives so much safety over to Skewed. Makes it far more difficult for Gushwe to actually get a good dive off, especially with Mag in the way. Fixer moving forward, yes. And the cart is stalled in place for a moment as the brawl starts to happen.
Oh, they're putting Hangzhou's backs against the wall. And Leave was able to break out. Removing Fixa is a good start, but Soul, their numbers have been evened up. Soul started off this fight in the lead after warding off the high ground, pushing Spark into a corner. Mag loses mech, though. And we'll just give this up. That's a Soul Infernal reset with not a lot of time left.
Out of 14 final blows, Leave has 10 of them. Right now, absolutely brutalizing, vanquishing the Soul Infernal, exercising this demon and making sure that it is never to remain. A lovely little maid from Monk as well, pushing them ever closer to that Nano. Going to be able to be the same as Skewed again. There's going to be a sleep, and there's the execution. This is a huge opening for Soul.
He's on us. He's on us, man.
They are nuts.
It's difficult to hit that sleep, by the way. Like, blinks, translocates, should be able to get away from that. Gushue does get nanoed, has the primal. He can play indeed. 12 seconds. Soul Infernal have to make the space to lock in this card. Gushue has been slept. You have the burst damage. You do before he bumps the primal. Good coordination from Soul. You remove the tank. You gotta clean up this fight. Spark actually don't even want to contest. Shy was so close to getting staggered. Now Soul can chase even more while Gushue comes back.
A well-timed hack means no primal. Soul Infernal, they are clinging on by the skin of their teeth. It's always an overtime, but it's happening. This time, though, Hangzhou Spark did not throw good ults after a bad situation. It can still batten down the hatches here for the defense. Nothing to come of the Pulse Bomb. Zest still only has one Pulse Bomb kill thus far, but there's plenty of time for that to change as Gushue makes a dive onto the backline.
MN3 is resetting, able to grab a pack. Mag is charging in just to use the self-destruct to make the space, because Infernal were struggling to do so. Leave, though, setting up camp in the backline. You have to nano. You nanoed Fixa before you went down. Skewed left him with his best wishes, but Soul can't win these fights with just one support, especially with the flank presence that Spark have. It's great to see them come to life in this 0-2 situation. A great comeback potential for Spark can still happen.
Far from mentally broken, Hangzhou Spark continue to show themselves signs of life. Oh, quick whisper in the ear of Monk. And knows that MN3 is present. They've tracked surely that the CMP is available. For spacing needs to be absolute. Spacing needs to be perfect. But with a translocator noted here, they could make sure that Shy is an early casualty in this fight.
Early rally from Fixa to build up that overhealth, mainly to Skewed. Zest flailed away. Soul hit by an EMP, and the primal on top. This is not who you want to meet in a dark alley, and Mag could not jump to the cart in time. But that was a failed fight for Soul, and a great initiative from the Spark.
It's all about that initiative, Lemon. Striking first. Shy says, okay, so they're on my translocator. That means we know the MN3's all the way in the back. Nowhere near our main line. We might have to sacrifice Monk to make this work, but it's worth it. If we can get a big EMP and just absolutely blast them with the Primal Rage in that tiny area, Gushue can get the mini hops, maximize the damage of those 50 damage jump packs onto multiple people who are all stacked up. Hangzhou Spark read the situation, and they play it perfectly, meaning that MN3 gets zero value out of the ultimate, and he has to choose, do I touch the cart or do I use my EMP? And he chose neither.
Spark's double flanker has improved so much this series. You can tell that during that break, they talked to each other. They boosted their confidence. This is their composition that they have the most experience on. And they're able to show off that confidence. Great EMP from Shy. Mag jumped out, still got affected, and left everyone out to drive, which was more about Mag trying to get the objective still going. But this offense could have ended even earlier, right? It was almost a point A full hold to a struggle just to get to point B. Spark's defense has looked so much better. But what does their offense do? Box of victory at the end of B, or at the end of C.
I saw in that replay something I didn't catch the first time around as well. MN3 actually got slept by Monk before bringing out the EMP. MN3 now under siege, but that sleep would have stopped him from being able to touch the cart, so Monk kind of forced that pseudo C9 to happen. A great play from Liana of Hangzhou Spark, who's dying a lot less this round. Only twice thus far.
MN3 is on Widow. This guy is insane. You would play Widow against Hangzhou Spark? This is now Zest having to play so aggressive to demand the attention of Leaf and Shy to go after him. And MN3 has only been attacked once. He tries to land that shot onto Monk, misses, grapples back. Doesn't have that mobility now for a little bit. Hangzhou Spark. Oh, great shot to finish off Guxue. But you still have two flankers that can hunt you down. MN3 can play at the back of point A now. The Spark will have to play without a tank for now.
Remember what happened last time? Actually took away point A for Soul Infernal. Mag over-chased onto a Widowmaker running this way. Not willing to make that same mistake again. A lot more tempered in their positioning. And Mag does not want to give over any additional damage to allow Shy to build up towards that EMP, but it's Leave who's come closest here to the Pulse Bomb, knowing that it'd be very difficult to answer. And Shy also knows if I can simply keep MN3 engaged, that might be enough to give my team enough space to work.
And MN3 has a Fixa to babysit him. I wonder if Skewed is around there, but Skewed also has to stay in LOS of Mag, who doesn't want to play far back, needs to hold the space. You can't let Hangzhou Spark command the map. But speaking of which, they just haven't even commanded point A yet. They're about halfway through with half their time bank left. It'll be a nano engage, probably off of Guxue. Good scouting from Soul to just check the Mega Pack where Sombras and Tracers are usually lurking. And he has spotted Guxue in the bottom left. Skew got slept, which was almost a call for Spark to engage, but going through such a narrow hallway is difficult for the Spark when they're all funneled in. It's easy to take trickle damage. Not great for how squishy and Shy Leave are. Spark still haven't really started an engage. If they're waiting for Shy's EMP, you're gonna lose critical time. MN3 with the infra sight knows where the push is coming from and hopefully can dodge it in time. Spark did negate them from the high ground, but you still need to make the space. There is a nano. Guxue wants to go after the Ana. Focuses down on the Brigida. Guxue is not getting assistance from his DPS, at least quite yet, but the kills are still coming in. This Hangzhou set their sights towards the end of point A.
We've got to think timing, though. Still, Hangzhou Spark are going to have to fight once again to try and claim this last area of Rialto A. Scoot has a nano to play with. Likely going to be going onto Mag to actually get onto a backline and just decimate them. If he manages to get that close, you've got to track Monk's Sleep Dart here with absolute precision. And Guxue's Primal Rage could buy so much space on the objective and even force them off of that contesting area.
EMP, only Zest and Mag affected. Skewed gives a nano, doesn't affect anyone. That got canceled. Soul Infernal losing members at the front. Primal from Guxue 2. Squash now 3. This fight throws him into the water. And the Spark, again, having to use a lot to get it done, but a point A cat nonetheless.
Ooh, already 4 Primal Rage kills here from Guxue. Mag is yet to get a final blow, by the way, in this entire map. It has not been a map that's been defined by Mag aggression as the last two have been. Mag been playing far more of a peeling style, trying to keep Skewed and Fixer alive with limited results, to be honest, Lemon. As Zest wants to try and find a place to put this Pulse Bomb.
Who will be the lucky recipient? The rally from Langsta. Zest only with splash damage. Even at that, Hangzhou Spark, they just take shelter in this small room, and as Infernal fall for the bait, they get punished. Shy with 2. Hangzhou Spark are still pushing this cart too. And point B is in their sights. They'll have one more fight to go to do it.
Zest still on 0 sticks, but 1 Pulse Bomb kill gained. On the other side, 5 sticks from Leave. Getting much more value out of this ultimate, and yet another is about to come on up here. You know, but Fixer and Skewed most likely going to be the victims of that. It's been brutal thus far from Leave. Perfection on the sticks. Not this time, though.
Fixer! Jump. Jump, I say. Just puppeteering him. Spark up by 1. Skewed has to do all the healing. MN3 and Zest head for the health packs as Mag hopes to get back into mech after the self-destruct. He's able to do so. Good pillar positioning. Mag will continue to anchor this for the Infernal against the EMP. MN3 hits 3 with it. Monk, Nanos Guxue, the frontline sustain is there. 0.3 meters for the Spark awaits them. EMP from Shy this time should seal the deal, but the kills aren't coming in. Evan3 and Fixa work so well in tandem, as Spark only have 90 seconds, and they think this is winnable. The supports are close to the water. The Primal at least gets one off the water. Leave gets himself off the map, I guess. What the hell was that? Spark still have to reset.
Oh no. Oh, leave. Oh, now down to 1 minute. Hangzhou Spark used basically everything in that fight with the exception of the rally. Soul Inferno, that it could have been curtains. It could have been blasted to pieces, but instead leave is nothing but a point of self-effacing giblets on the floor where a pulse bomb once was and a tracer once stood. Zest now has a chance at redemption. Any pulse bomb attach. Chunk down Gushway. Destroy Lengsa. Force out Shy. Any value, and you can burn this clock.
You can also have Shy and Leave go to the card. Yeah, I see that starting to move. So Shy and Leave could bring the attention of Soul behind them, and that's how you can cause a lot of chaos. But it looks like Shy and Leave focusing on the tank of Mag. Oh, a great stick from Zest, and the rally from Lengsa at least keeps them up. Sparker getting pushed off the high ground. That's a big anti from Skewed. Fixa with the rally too. Great stuns from the defense. 14 seconds, or Spark will face a 3-0 sweep from the Soul Infernal, who are looking to fight for that first seed. MN3 when EMP hits 2. Monk under fire. Great peeling from the Spark. Monk still lives and punishes the flankers. As Soul Infernal hope to hang on, they head back towards the cart. Meters away are the Spark from point B. Self-destruct from Mag. Able to get back in the mech. Fixa, nanoed by Skewed, helps the backline also be reinforced. Spark are running out of options. Lengsa, nanoed as well. Shy has the EMP. This has to be in the nail in the coffin. Ready to hit these supports with it, or maybe wants to conserve it. Overtime into effect. Shy will hold on, as Soul still have not been removed from this cart.
Still, the conservation here from Shy might well pay dividends. Goucher with the Primal as well. Finally, the cart ticks on through, and Hangzhou Spark only need to win one fight in 1 minute and 20 seconds to deny the 3-0 and force Guangzhou Charge to lose against the Shanghai Dragons. If they were going to lose that first seed, Soul Inferno were desperately hoping for a 3-0, and Zest needs to purchase it for them. It's the same story again. A pulse bomb will determine it all.
1 minute. The EMP to rule them all. Soul have to lift through. It only affects Mag. Do you guarantee the kill? No. Shy went in too deep for it. The Soul Infernal barely keep their tank up, but they fire back even stronger. Soul living through that EMP. There is time remaining, but that is a big win condition gone for the Spark.
A big win condition gone. The rally will remain. Even on the nano for Skewed and Monk. It's going to be a race between these Annas. A 1 versus 1. A metaphorical race to the finish line as the EMP hits.
3 from Spark hits as they are on the top bridge. They have shelter. Gushway isn't there to protect them. Lengths are removed, and you needed Spark to generate as many ults as you could. 18 seconds. Last fight for the Spark to stay alive.
Once again, Leave is going to be asked to do it all. Leave has got to be the one to carry Hangzhou Spark to victory. Maybe a nano onto a tracer, but look at all this space for Soul Inferno have claimed already. Could you even touch the cart, Lemon?
Spark have to have Shy and Leave there. Pulse hits Fix's shield. He's okay for now. Soul have Mag leading that front line close to Primal with Nano. Rally on top. Spark, they have to out-sustain this. They're matching the ultimates. Gushway Nano 2, who is the MTD? Zest with the splash damage of the Pulse. Spark anchoring the card as much as they can. Shy close to EMP. This one has to be the fight winner for the Spark, or they will fall the series. The bubble has to be bursted from Mag to get through this, though. Shy hasn't generated fast enough. His team is dying, and they're off the cart. The Spark get 3-0'd, and the Soul Infernal are on top.
No one steps up, no one steps forward, and Soul Infernal step on the Hangzhou Spark. Now, their fate is in the hands of the Guangzhou Charge. They could be playing for that first seed, Lemon. Guangzhou needs to play perfectly against the Shanghai Dragons. On paper, it should be workable. But even if it's not the first seed for Soul Infernal, they have made a statement today that the one loss they had against the Soul Dynasty, it was a fluke. It doesn't count. Mickey Mouse match. For Soul Bowl, no one cares. Didn't ask. L+ ratio. We are here to stay.
So the only possibility is if Guangzhou go to Game 5. Since Seoul 3-0'd, if Guangzhou go to Game 5 against the Shanghai Dragons, that would make both Guangzhou and Seoul in a +9 map differential, which will then come down to tiebreakers. Seoul just being in the 3-0 situation gives them the possibility. Again, we're most likely going to see Seoul Infernal in second seed, which is going to still give them a huge advantage going into knockouts. Hangzhou will remain in third seed. And Guangzhou, if they end their match against Shanghai 3-0 or 3-1, they will guarantee themselves the first place going into knockouts.
And what a time for Seoul Infernal to come up trumps and become the team. Skewed, of course, is our player of the match. We highlighted just how much one support staying alive can do for your team in this double flanker meta. You're going up against Leave, a 2021 MVP, up against Shy, an absolute force of nature on the Sombra and Gushui, the Primal Blade himself, but Skewed on the Ana digs in his heels and refuses to go through those pearly gates to heaven.
I know we talk so much about Fixa and how funny he is, but Skewed was the difference maker for me on Lijiang Tower. His Baptiste, the immortality usage, made Leave look silly on pulse bombs, made Shy look silly the way Skewed played around Dojo to deny every hack. This double flanker of Hangzhou could not get through thanks to Skewed. Mag, MTD, I thank the supports. Skewed every nano, usually to Mag or Fixa. Wherever the pressure was, Skewed was so good at identifying where that was. And this is what allowed them to push to the end. Also, you know, the EMP helps too. Skewed hitting sleeps too onto Leave and Shy on Rialto. Was able to get some critical antis. That 3-1 was what really drove this first fight, or one of the first fight wins, I should say, for the Infernal through the high ground. Skewed was a difference maker. We don't usually highlight supports, but that's how much effort and hustle that Skewed put on.
Yeah, Skew's timing with these nanos is also fantastic, like we just saw at the end of Hollywood. Getting that nano onto Fixer before the EMP hit was critical to make sure that that Sombra could not stay and actually do good on the damage that could have been given over there. And look at the timing on this nade to make sure that Shy gets executed in good time. Brutal from Skew.
This was a really fun match. I came into this with the expectation that we were going to get a mirror of double flanker in that Spark, because this is like the composition they run the most in APAC, that they were going to beat down Seoul Infernal. But Seoul proved that not only are they the better flanker team, but they're also incredibly flexible. Seoul won against Guangzhou Charge, who is still the first place team, not playing any Sombra at all. It was MN3's Hondo and the Ashe, but the backline, Skewed including this, is what makes Seoul Infernal stay together, stay coordinated, to get this overlook of the fight, to have these anti-grenades in the neutral fights when you don't have ultimates, is what makes Seoul Infernal win more fights than Hangzhou and every other team.
And Skewed is having to step out of the shadow. For so long on the LA Gladiators, this flex support was having to play Brigitte, having to play second fiddle to Shu, who many considered the legend, the best to do it on the Baptiste and on other heroes as well. But now Skewed has finally had his chance to get onto a team where he is the one the backroom trusts. He is not the second fiddle nor the replacement, both the Alpha and the Omega. Skewed is going to be the starter for the whole damn way down for the Seoul Infernal.
Well, we have an interview with Zess, so let's listen in with our translator, Unknown.
Congrats on your win. Thank you.
3위에 랭크가 되어 있는 그런 항저우 스파크라서 오늘 전체적인 좀 승부를 좀 어떻게 좀 아니야 우리가 가볍게 이길 수 있다 쪽으로 예상하셨어요? 아니면 오늘
So, how do you think of today's match? Is this something that we can just brush this off, or was this a hard match going into today's match? I think everything was under control except Lijiang Tower, but thankfully Lijiang Tower went well, so I think the game was okay. So in Lijiang Tower, you used Zarya Reaper, a comp that you didn't usually use. Is there like a reason, or did somebody call that out? Well, some of the older members of the team thought that it was a good idea. So, and this was actually a comp that we have not used before. Like, this was not a practice comp, but we just decided on the go. And all we decided was that we're gonna use Zarya and Reaper to counter their comp, and thankfully it went very well. So basically, this was a theory-crafted comp. So you're telling me that you just used a theory-crafted comp on an official match and won? Yeah. Wow. So Scoot took a lot of the POTMs, and so Zest, you had you were the unfortunate victim of not getting any POTMs. Do you have any comments on that? There was this one match that I could have got the player of the match, but I mean, our teammates were doing so well, and Skewed was doing so well. So I mean, oh well. So our MZ duo, the DPS duo, needs to, I guess, step it up a little bit, I guess. The recent form of Infernal is actually really well. It's really high, sky high. Is the atmosphere like really good at the team? So after the loss against the Dynasty, like we learned a lot, like we felt a lot of things, and just like there were kind of these moments of, I guess, these moments of fortitude that we got, and it really helped us go through the next matches. So, just if you didn't go against the Seoul Dynasty in your first match, how would the season go? I mean, if that didn't happen, I guess we would have won every match, I guess? So now you're moving to the knockout stage where you also meet contenders teams. Do you have any teams that you are kind of looking forward to, or do you have any worries about? I'm not really particularly concerned, mostly because I haven't played with a lot of them yet. Maybe O2. I think O2 might be a little bit okay. But other than that, I don't particularly have any particular thoughts. But we'll be preparing against every team thoroughly.
지금 현재의 분위기를 계속 만들어 나가는 것도 중요하잖아요. 지금 계속 저희가 경기 중계를 드리면서 생각한 건 서울 임페르널이 경기를 하면 할수록 점점 더
So, what I noticed about the Seoul Infernal is that after, like, with each coming match, I can feel the energy flowing through the players, and it's actually growing through each match. Is there something like something positive going on the team, or? Well, I mean, after the Dynasty match, because we were kind of like on alert, because the atmosphere on the team was actually pretty good, and we were doing well in the scrims, and we just had that loss out of the blue. So after that, we just kind of grouped up together, regrouped, and then we're on a very good note. So on the next match, which is the Charge versus the Dragons need to win in order for Infernal to have a chance to be on top. Do you have any messages for the Shanghai Dragons? Shanghai Dragons, I don't care if it's just one time, just this one time. Please beat the Charge for us, please. Well, do you have any words to appeal to the fans that, like, I'm Zest, I'm this kind of person? I mean, I thank all the fans for telling me that I'm cute. I've never thought of myself as a cute person, but well, I'm just a silly young man. Well, but thank you for all the support. Well, now, I mean, you're kind of in a loss for words now that you have to describe about yourself, huh?
우리 시청자 여러분들 그리고 오버워치의 팬들에게 다른 선수 다 기억나지 않을 정도로
I mean, self-PR is actually a really important thing these days. So, I recommend that you prepare something that the fans can remember out of all the Overwatch League players. That there's a player called Zest. I'll definitely have something prepared for that next time. Again, congrats for your win. Thank you. Bye bye. Back to the desk.
Well, that was a fun interview. It's cool to hear that the Zarya Reaper composition wasn't something they practiced. They're not worried about teams from the Pro-Am. And after a 4-match win streak, just the Soul Infernal are feeling so good.
Yeah, Soul Infernal feeling real good, feeling real confident and ready to go up against anyone who would dare to present themselves. O2 Blast, we might prep a little bit for them, but I don't think we're going to be dropping anything over there, Lemon.
Quick thing, Guangzhou, if they 3-2 win, it will be a tie in map differential, and you heard it in the interview, if Shanghai Dragons win, that'll be first seed to the Soul Infernal. That match is coming up next.
2023 오버워치 리그 스프링 스테이지의 퀄리파이어.
Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get into the action for our second series of the day to round out our third week of play. I'm Achilles here alongside Avril, and we will be guiding you guys through the action as we get ready to go into our setup here between the Guangzhou Charge and the Shanghai Dragons.
What is this, the final regular season, not regular season, but like the final qualifying game that we have before we head into knockouts as well, so final opportunity to get some seeding into play. We just saw the Seoul Infernal take down both the Zhou teams, this time the Hangzhou Spark, swift 3-0 fashion. It certainly is Jova for those two teams. Didn't expect the Infernal going to come out that hard, but here we are, the number one team in the East so far. But can they actually hold on to the number one spot? Because it's not guaranteed, Achilles.
Yeah.
The match that we have ahead will determine Infernal's final seeding. Shanghai success versus the Charge. Charge's success versus the Shanghai Dragons. The result of this match determines whether Infernal finishes first, whether they finish second. In order for Infernal to finish first in the qualifier, Shanghai need to take 2 maps. That's it. If Shanghai can win 2 maps versus the Guangzhou Charge, even if they then lose map number 5, Infernal will take first seed. But if the Guangzhou Charge beat the Shanghai Dragons 3-1 or 3-0, Guangzhou Charge remain number 1 in the East. So, all to play for here, especially if you are Infernal and you've already done your job, but all you can do now is watch.
Yeah, I mean, and this does feel like a bit of a tough ask for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, because we did see them have some stark improvements, and they still widely have looked overall improved compared to the start of the season, but we saw them, be able to take down Dynasty, and then they go out against the Dallas Fuel, and then very much struggled in that series. It was a 0-3 loss for them in that fashion, so now they're looking to have a bit of a bounce back, whereas, Fuel's kind of already had theirs. So if they can get maps away from the Guangzhou Charge, I think that is going to be a very good indicator for the Dragons, at least moving forward, but 2 maps, just given what we have seen from them so far, it might be too much of an ask, because despite the loss to the side of the Infernal, who are looking incredible, just toppled Hangzhou Spark with relative ease, Guangzhou Charge is still a very dangerous team.
I mean, that would be an understatement. They haven't dropped a single map to anybody else outside of the Infernal a little bit earlier on. That was just yesterday, in fact. That was the only game that Guangzhou lost.
Right.
And you're completely right about Shanghai. It does seem like 2 maps would be too much of an ask. Maybe 1 map. It was just the 1 map for Shanghai they needed to win. I could see the world, possibly, but 2 seems like a bridge too far to take down this Charge squad, which has looked incredibly impressive. Even in their loss versus Infernal, they looked really good. 2-3 loss. Final map, closely fought the entire way through. Super competitive. Maybe the Esperanza a little bit left to be desired there for the Guangzhou Charge side, but I mean, the rest of the series is still so strong. So I don't even think Charge are necessarily that far behind Infernal. If you're doing a power ranking right now, regardless of where these teams actually finish for the qualified, Charge will most likely still be first, even though Infernal look better right now. Charge, they're pretty much neck and neck. I think they're just as good.
Yeah, they have been looking incredibly dominant here in their plain white tees. I love the crop on the cameras, because it just looks like they're now wearing jerseys.
I'm about to be cropped into a plain white tee as well if I'm not careful. Maybe you'll see later.
Well, we'll see how they fare, and if they're going to be able to rally back and not have, the downward spiral, the, fringes becoming undone, I suppose, after their loss to Infernal. But given what we've seen, it just does seem very unlikely. For Shanghai Dragons, though, all eyes on them to be able to continue to level up and have impactful performances, because, again, we continue talking about this from the first series into the second one. Flutta looking way improved when it came down to at least playing specifically the Winston. We saw a little bit of Junker Queen from him as well. But can that growth continue to be able to topple a team like the Charge?
I'll tell you what, despite talking about Infernal's qualification pathway here, let's talk a little bit about the Shanghai Dragons. They actually can escape last place. So out of the 6 teams, there's a world that if Shanghai take the 2 maps versus Charge, that would allow the Infernal to be first. Shanghai themselves would escape 6th place, and they'd be in 5th instead. They would win the tiebreaker versus the Seoul Dynasty. So there's a decent amount on the line here for the Dragons as well. And you'd probably ask, well, what's the difference between 5th and 6th for them? Seeding determines, where your placement is going to be in the 2 brackets later on in the knockouts, where ideally, well, I don't know if 5th and 6th are going to have a huge amount of difference, but they'll probably feel better about it at least. If there is a little bit of difference, Dragons should be playing for it for sure.
Hey, always good to support fans out in the audience there at the WTG Stadium. Number 1 Dallas fan, as well as a Spark on that sign. So maybe not the best one, the best feeling right now, given what
if you're
just witnessing.
A number 1 fan of both squads?
Yeah. Fuel a little bit more to cheer for after this week.
I think so. And I think, well, you know, it's looking a little bit more tough for the Spark. But they'll still lock in third seed guaranteed at this stage. Fuel locked in number 4. So it really is just first and second, fifth and sixth that are still kind of being a toss-up at the moment. So it'll be very fine margins as we take a look at Brig stat comparison between Xerneas and Gangnam Jin. And I don't know if anything stands out so far. All pretty fairly even across the board. A little bit more damage done there by Xerneas. Some more elims. I think a lot of this is going to be attributed to the fact that Guangzhou have been flawless up until meeting Infernal. They've been winning, and when you're winning, all of your stats are going to be just far more inflated and far better. Gangnam Jin, his stats will only have started climbing, I would say, in the past few matches, especially their one win versus Seoul Dynasty. But if anything, the fact that Shanghai have been losing the entire time and Gangnam Jin has had okay stats, it's probably a good sign for Gangnam Jin.
Yeah, I mean, when we see him going over to, you know, things like the Brigida, it has been looking a lot more comfortable for him compared to when we do see him running the Lucio, which has been kind of necessitated, I suppose, just given the layout for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. So we'll see if that's going to crop up or if he's widely going to be able to stick with the Brig, go for that nice IMAX ult. But taking a look at our map set, we'll kick things off on the Antarctic Peninsula, then we'll go into King's Row, Junkertown, Colosseo, Oasis, if we can go the distance. As Avril's been saying, the thing that we're looking for here for the side of Shanghai Dragons, and also for, you know, if you're an Infernal fan, wanting them to be in that #1 spot, is for Shanghai to take away 2 maps. Kicking things off with a nice win on Control would certainly be a very fantastic start.
And the Control, especially for an Antarctic Peninsula, really favors the Brawl-type compositions here. We've seen Piggy not shy away from jumping over to Orion when required. He's played some Ram there as well. Flitter, however, is mostly stuck to the Winston. And, you know, I think a lot of people are asking, like, why are the Shanghai Dragons not playing other compositions? Is Flitter Winston really the best they can play at the moment? For me personally, I think it's less about what Flitter's comfortable playing and more about what the other players need to succeed on, which is why you see Viper on the Tracer, Hisu on his Sombra, right? Traditionally speaking, Hisu was one of the better Sombras that we'd seen over the course of the history of the league. Viper's already proven himself to be a very competent Tracer player. He got to play the match 4 Tracer a little bit earlier. Eris is fantastic on the Ana, and Gangnam Jin, perfectly honest with you, much better on the Brig than the Lucio. So when you start to really cater to the other 4 plays, it makes a lot of sense why the Shanghai Dragons will be playing more Winston. It seems like they're going to charge. They'll be sticking through with the same as well.
We've had a lot of conversation surrounding Fleta, how he's going to perform Gangnam Jin with the Brigida, which he will be running here against Xerneas once more. But we also have to take into consideration Hisu versus Viper, because in that series, the Shanghai Dragons were able to win. They were instrumental, with Piggy already going to be going forward, finds that first blood, taking down Gangnam Jin rather quickly. Does get antied out, but no real damage going his way. Fleta going to be slept, so not too much threat. So with a straight headshot, we'll find Choi Se-wan, but widely, it seems like the charge should be in full position to go ahead and get the first lockdown.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Point unlocked, charge on top of it. Viper cops another shot. Nammy's Dragons are unlikely to make any forward movement at the moment. Play behind an ult charge across the board as well. Oh, except for Hisu, obviously, he did not get that earlier frag, and Hisu will be the only one to have some level of impact for Dragons to allow them to get a take on in. Can they get Viper in somehow? Can anybody make any sort of movements from the Dragons before the Dragon Strike is available?
It's obviously proven to be rather tough. Just trying to kind of circumnavigate the charge, get around on this flank angle, and try to pinch in, but without a pick, it does prove to be more and more difficult. Anti-nade goes out. Viper goes down to it, and it finds both the supports, and charge starting to rush forward off the back of that one. Hisu nowhere to go, and end up getting taken down, gives Jimmy a window of opportunity to try to catch up as far as that Dragon Strike is concerned, and, well, he's just 10% away from doing just that. Gangnam Jin and likely Iris go down in here as the final picks, as they're trying to keep him sustained, but just too much pressure being applied, so they will fall. Hisu on the respawn will be able to find Xerneas, so a minor window of opportunity to work with here, but charge holding the point strongly, and now it's at 50%.
And the best part about that for the charge is that not only is it over 50% on the cap, but they have all the ults now, and they didn't have to spend a single ult previously for that. It was simply a well-placed bayonet from far away, catches 3, including 1 frag, and the charge at the full cleanup. Piggy jumps in deep, cleaned up some stragglers, and it's enough. Hisu now finally had that Dragon Strike. Piggy coming in first with the Nano.
Oh, Nano into the back of the Pulse gets both. Piggy just rushing at Hisu, gives him a double salute as well. And just jumps back in to try to deal with Fleta. Still not yet built up towards that primal range. Just 7% away, but not much time left to play with here as it's 80% final fight territory. Shanghai Dragons need this flip and they need it now.
Pigson superior to Flintstone at the moment. Probably not a surprise there, 90% as you said. It is the final fight coming through. Isu to Dragon Strike, Eris to Nano, or onto Fleta. That'll be their only real entry here. See if Jimmy can respond as well. He's got his own Dragon Strike and plenty of opportunity to get picks.
Snaps in, jump back over towards the point, flooded down the half. Primal still held, Dragon Strike going across, trying to create some space here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Anti now out, Primal gonna get popped, but Sleep immediately comes across from far away, puts him on the ground, and the Focus Fire continues to come in towards this Winston. Flooded down low, rallies out on either side, flooded, stunned up, melted, far
and the
away,
Nano is too slow.
Kill.
Yeah. No Nano.
And it's just, look out here. It would seem ZOT starts to bleed away. A final touch in there. In all likelihood from the side of Viper. Pulse bombs, though, held from Base 1. Well, go ahead, throw it out at the very end to claim an additional kill on the back end. But it's 100% to 0 as the Guangzhou charge kick things off with a very clean win.
I felt like that was going bad for Dragons as soon as you see Fleta being forced to Primal first with no Nano being played in. You have to Nano first. I'm a strong believer in those types of situations. You want to get that engage in. Nano comes in, then the Primal afterwards. Take a look at this double kill from Choice 1 a little bit earlier. Okay, that was a boop by Piggy. I think Piggy landed on top of Eris, which then pushes him further back.
Oh, that's nasty.
What a brilliant combo. But in any case, unfortunate for Dragons. The Nano got cancelled. So the Nano came through from Eris, but Fleta dies instantly. Fleta was bionated twice, by the way. He's anti twice. And both times, Eris didn't really want to put the Nano in. The second time, you kind of just have to anyway. Possibly to try and save his life. He did. Didn't work out. We talked about Dragons thinking about playing something not Winston for the rest of Antarctica, where Brawl does get featured. Piggy, as I mentioned, does like to go, which was the Rhine. Fleta's response is going to be the Ram.
Isu here on the Sojourn. Trying to click some heads, open things up for him, but I probably am a little bit concerned if I'm Fleta, because if there's anything that can ramp up damage and really burn down Ramatra, it's of course going to be Jimmy with that Symmetra. Wall comes up, but fully cut him off, so he's still backpedaling away, but the damage focus fire into Fleta is still looking so damn good. Xerneas, in the meantime, finds Viper. Fleta falls, and the Guangzhou charge is going to have a very quick flip back here into their favor. Only 8% grabbed up by the Shanghai Dragons as the team kill comes in.
I still question whether Sojourn really is the ideal pick here. I mean, I'd still maybe prefer he should be in the Hanzo. Certainly, I think if it was on the other side, if this was Charge playing the same comp, you'd definitely see Jimmy on the Hanzo. In any case, the Shanghai Dragons...
break at all.
Well, getting past Piggy is certainly one part of the equation. Getting past the Choice 1 May wall is another part, which actually locked out Fleta earlier. That causes some problems.
Let's see if they're going to be able to pilot this to any relative success. Hisu, 72%. Set. Overclock years. Iris does have that Nano available.
Who do you even give it to at this stage? I mean, probably Fleta, but he doesn't have Annihilation. And typically, you want it for the combo. Fleta's just too far away from ult.
Okay, well, it is going to be Fleta. Punches coming across, trying to build up towards that Annihilation, but he's just going to be frozen in the Blizzard. Shut down. 15% shy. Flip did come through in the meantime. All in all, the chaos and kind of fighting off the point, Shanghai Dragons managed to occupy it long enough to get the flip, so they gained 6%, but it's right back over the charge. Once again, cresting over 50. Hold onto the sim wall, the barrier. He's
late
out of the
death.
back end. That's such a late death.
That's going to cost them time and position. You can see the charge, full confidence, to walk forward a little bit further. And as Piggy's shield does start to break, you have to kind of respect the damage output of the Dragons, knowing that this is going to be the fight where more Dragons ultimates available. Now, we know that Viper doesn't quite have the May ultimate of the Blizzard, but I think for Charge, they have to play as if he does, because they'll have to assume that pretty much all of the other ultimates, minus a Nano, are up for the Dragons, including the Annihilation, which they have to get past. It would be really good for Piggy to have a Shatter here, because that is one way to shut down Dragons fast.
20% left to go. Fleta does get charged, pinned to the wall. And apparently taken off the side of the map, I would assume. So he's gone.
Sucks.
That's the Annihilation out. 10% left to go. Piggy now just 3% away from having that Shatter online. And with the Fire Strike, not quite going to clip, but he can just naturally tick this one up to have
touch.
it. Gangnam Jin going low. Needs to have this beat. Needs to be the turning point for him. Piggy just
ready for the
to
free
rotate
Shatter?
side to side, and they
Okay,
just don't touch.
never mind. Well, there's a free Shatter. I mean, I kind of said it. It's Gangnam Jin had to touch, but then who touches after that? You kind of need your tank, so this is one of those situations where Fleta just dying off the rip is super awkward. I'm not even 100%. Okay, he got pinned, right? He got pinned. You're saying maybe he went off the map. Maybe he got pinned to the wall. In either case, he's gone. If he gets pinned by Piggy straight away, I mean, your biggest win con there is the Annihilation, Nano or not. And by the way, Jimmy, Piggy, and Farway finished that with no deaths. Just in case anyone's curious. So you talk about one-sided. aside from the back cap that Dragons got, it pretty much was a 200-0.
Yeah, the 2 back caps, effectively. They got the initial skirmish, and then the lockdown. But this is a rough beginning. But here's hoping to some answer back here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. We're going to go, of course, to a quick little break and some highlights. And then when we return, we'll see how they fare as we do get ready to go into Kings Row. See whether or not that is going to be the staging ground for our run back. Alrighty, welcome back. The break was just about as long as the first map. Guangzhou Charge able to take it, as we said, in spirit, 200-0 across 2 rounds of Antarctic Peninsula for a very breezy start to our final series of the week. And now we'll get to see how Shanghai Dragons reply as we shift over into very familiar, very comfortable territory in Kings Row for our escort map.
And if you're an Infernal fan trying to do a little bit of praying that Shanghai somehow gets 2 maps today, well, That first loss on Antarctic Peninsula probably not giving you a lot of confidence at the moment. Has to be a huge turnaround on King's Row to sort of reinvigorate any of that confidence. And then what do we have for map 3 again? Junkertown. Maybe some Hisu magic. Hisu brought out the magic last time. It'll have to be that. We'll get started as soon as Jimmy feels like getting back in his seat. Just, you know,
I think we
whenever.
all know what Jimmy's doing, but he'll be back soon. And then we can carry on our merry way. What?
It's not that he's fast. It's called efficiency, guys. All right.
Exactly.
Enough of that.
Ocean of the ocean and all that, but we'll go ahead and we'll just put a little portrait up just in case you forgot what he looks like, and then we'll get ready to go in. But we're anticipating, you know, more of the same from the charge, which has kind of been straying away from playing Sombra, sticking to Jimmy on, you know, keeping Jimmy on things like the Hanzo, where he's just had an immense amount of impact so far. And there he is, he's back.
Yeah, I don't think they played any Sombra so far this year. Jimmy played a little bit of Sombra last year. No, did he? No, he didn't. He played Sojin last year. I can't remember. He did play Sombra at some stage, but definitely not this year. In fact, specifically in some of the interviews that he's done with the ex-Chengdu guys, he said that he's not 100% confident on Sombra at the moment, and he just prefers to carry on a hero like Hanzo. Or maybe I think we've seen a little bit of the Ash Widow as well, and obviously some of the Cassidy for the clutch if required, and that might come through at any stage as well.
All right. Well, we have our expected, you know, compositions and roles and everything for the start of the Guangzhou charge. Shanghai Dragons, do they change anything up as we go into this map, or is it going to be more of the same? Just
back to Winston.
Playing onto that Winston. That's what we're anticipating.
I think
I think that anything else would be, unfortunately, just not quite at the same level.
At this point,
no.
There's no point, in my opinion, there's no point trying to play around with his strengths and weaknesses. We don't even know what his good tanks are, if any. There's no point. You have to play around the strengths of the rest of the team. I think it is hugely important to make sure that Hisu and Viper are on the right heroes, to make sure Gangnam Jin's on a Brig instead of a Lucio, right? I think those are the most important things. And if you can do that, then Dragons have a much better chance. This will still be a David versus Goliath situation where, you know, you're expecting Goliath to humble here 3-0. But if there's any shot for David, the Shanghai Dragons, it's going to come through from Hisu and Viper, and they need to be on their best heroes.
All right. Come on, David, show me what you got.
Yeah, David.
Yep, Jimmy on the Hanzo. I think you're going to be matching with that. Winston as the double nade connecting onto Hisu and Gangnam Jin off the rip. Just to give far away a nice little boost.
Imagine having a name like Goliath. If that was your real life name. How wild would that be?
And then you lose to some guy named David.
Yeah.
After a day at the office.
You better be a big dude as well. Like, I couldn't imagine if you were not quite a large person then you were called Goliath. That wouldn't make sense. But we'll see if Dragons can chop down some knees. If that's a good enough segue to see if they can take down the charge. Maybe Piggy to start with. Not quite.
Okay. Well, they're looking for him. He's still very low, and Viper is going to be able to pursue for the kill. He's still going to be traded at the same time, but obviously significantly faster run back for him. He's Jimmy going to be antied out. Pressure comes through. Viper starting to heat up. This is the Viper that we were seeing in series past. We were able to get that win over the side of the Dynasty, and that's the kind of impact that he needs to have if they want to be victorious.
Good
upside pressure here from Choi Se-1, but Pulse is going to be held.
Really big from Xerneas here to keep Viper away. That's a good stick from Choi. That will buy the charge straight back into the point, allowing them to retake.
Still though, 2.5 ticks surrendered over. See if they can try to win this one out. The Nano on the way from Iris, just 4% away. Pressure still coming through. Viper still holding up Pulse as well. Could be enough to break things open, and right now the time is looking very good for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. It looks like they do opt for a little bit of a reset as Viper gets into the back line. Xerneas going to be taken down far away under fire as well. Fills himself up just a bit as Flood is going to be taking a nap through the Nano. Gangnam Jin, however, pressured. Choi Se-1 finding a Brigida of his own. Tracers trading kills in that regard, but Jimmy finds Hisu once more. And now it all starts to unfurl. I mean, Jimmy's just standing still. He says, yeah, I'm not going to jump around. I'm going to try to track your movements rather than add my own into the equation. But in the end, it's going to be Piggy finding Viper. And the hold will come through. Half the time going to be drained down, but Shanghai Dragons could still make this work, could still have a decent time banking the street space.
This to me, that fight was Farway staying alive. The sleep dart into Fled to make sure that Farway doesn't die. He was on 1 HP as well. If Farway dies, I don't think Charge defend at all, because then there's no Nano. The Nano doesn't get to be put onto Piggy. It's no supports for Charge as well. They're already 2 ticks down. Charge lose A for sure. But Viper going crazy, killing Xerneas, unable to quite get far away because a brilliant sleep dart and also forcing Viper away. Super well played by the charge, and they hold on.
Struggling onto the pulse, just waiting for his opportunity. Plotting out 2 here onto the high ground. Pulse bomb goes in, but not going to find the stick. Coming Jin. Set back far enough, but Flooded going to be slapped, and even with the primal, can't survive the headshot. Jimmy just drops down into the bubble, finds that elimination. In the meantime, Piggy wreaking havoc, trying to make sure that the players can't disengage back over towards the bus. Knocks Hisu right back over into the point. Somehow, while he's getting juggled, does get the headshot on Jimmy, so, I mean, credit to him. It's a damn good shot to be found, but the rally rolling, the rest of the Guangzhou Charge just look to hold the line.
Yeah, but Hisu's got a better respawn, so there's an opportunity here. But Dragons can go now. Nano straight away. Please don't wait, Dragons. You have a small opportunity here. Jimmy's still on his way back, and if there's any chance, you got to make it happen.
Need to play off the tempo. Whip shot, the nice flood of the entry. Primal's still going to be held. Nano's there as well. Dragon Strike just trying to clear out towards the archway. Keep them zoned back. Answering Dragon Strike, clears the point. Choice A1 keeps it occupied as best as he possibly can. So very close, 91% established now. Going to end up getting dropped. Xerneas down to a sliver far away. Trying to juggle healing and putting some damage out onto Hisu to shove him back as he's natted up, but the cap is going to be coming through. The Shanghai Dragons now have 3 minutes for the streets phase. Jimmy falling, the rest of the charge just looking to exit back over towards B, but wisely, Dragons are able to pursue forward. They look for a couple additional staggers, but not sure if they're going to be able to find too much else.
Good additional sleep there by Fireway just to ward off the rest of the charging Dragons members. Realize the irony in that sentence, but Flitter on 1 HP surviving is also super important. Look, that fight was huge coming through from Hisu and Viper. Once again, you take Piggy down, who crucially dies just before Nano is available. So Fireway only gets a Nano as Piggy dies. If he managed to get the Nano to Piggy, could be a different story. Could be looking at full hold. So very quickly annihilating Piggy is exactly the game plan there for Dragons now. Let's see if Viper gets another stick. Brilliant
he does. Faraway taken down. The tempo right now from the side of the Shanghai Dragons just a bit too much for the Guangzhou Charge. Just can't get into a nice defensive position. I mean, Jimmy just diving in the back, hoping that he can find some kind of straight pick before getting taken out, but comes up shy. Hisu gets that kill. Choi Se-wan just waiting on the lurk, trying to get him behind, trying to find something with this pulse to open things up. And, okay, he's going to get it.
You take those.
Hey,
Jin doesn't know what hit him.
And that should be the charge, being able to grab control. Choi Se-wan, he goes back over. Hisu will put him down, but 2 kills fouls. He just contested with Viper over by the Mega Pack. And Choi Se-wan just single-handedly basically brings them into a nice hold on the cart.
Yeah, because otherwise it was going to get tricky, right? You have a Shanghai Dragons with the Dragon Strike available. If the payload gets too deep, you simply drag in the payload and you could force a C9 there, which is very tricky. Right, minimum, you force a Nano from far away finally onto Piggy, which is going to be an ult-for-ult trade, and with this player trade, Dragons will be looking to reset. Nothing else to do here. They'll be under 1 minute by the time we come back from this pause. So it's coming through from the Piggy side of things. I don't think there's anything huge to read at the moment. What do we have? Like 1:17 left on the clock. Dragon Strike available, Nano available on both sides. Flitter on 73, Piggy on 95. Yeah, probably favor charge here. If Dragons were going to get any amount of real work done, they had to get it on the last fight where Choi got 2. But obviously, Choi had some huge impact there with Pulse on to Gangnam Jin and a further kill to follow through as well. Now Dragons are likely going to be out of time.
Well, if they can get that extra minute and a half bump up, maybe they can get something done. Obviously, just getting the cap on B would still very much embolden their chances of being able to have a successful hold and stop the Guangzhou Charge from pushing through into the next round, into the next half, I should say. But we'll have to just wait and see. Waiting on a reason to see what's going on here as far as the pause is concerned, but hopefully it's nothing too significant, and then we can get back into the game here relatively quickly. So as soon as we receive word, we will let you guys know and keep you nice and up to date.
Well, Piggy's still there, so that's good news. No one's walked away. And whatever, it could be a ping thing, who knows. In any case, they... Hopefully it's not an internet issue or anything.
Okay.
Otherwise, like... who's the GM for Guangzhou that would have to come in? I have to actually look that up.
It's actually still Avala. She's on both, so she would summon for both teams.
Oh, she's just managing everything.
All right.
Busy
It
woman,
was just a minor frame drop issue there from Piggy's side, but it looks like everything is taken care of, and now we're right back into the game. So as you were talking about, just over a minute remaining here for the side of the Dragons.
And fairly equal ultimates here as well. So the small advantage that the Dragons did have basically equalized on the charge side, and Charge of good positioning. Payload is not quite out of the choke yet either, so not even the best payload positioning, which means Hisu might have the dragon early just to allow them to walk up. Are they flanking? Big flank time?
Looks like they're trying to figure out where they want to go. Piggy now pushing forward, nanoed up, dives in, puts some damage down to the Gangnam Jin. Dragon Strike trying to clear pressure from the front, far away, will get caught up, and it ends up getting taken down, but Hisu dead off the back of the ult. Now Fleta 2% away from the Primal, gets headshot. Jimmy finds that kill. Even anteed up, Piggy just does not care. The Primal expires.
Nano Viper,
both
please.
supports locked into a corner. Gangnam Jin pops the rally to try to stay alive. Nano comes in, Iris keeping him in this fight. Hisu now swapping over to Sombra, trying to join back in a little bit faster, and Piggy can be taken down by the sleep dart, not something that you see very often. Right back over onto the cart here are the Shanghai Dragons continuing to press forward. Fleta going to be rejoining any moment now. There he is. Primal still at the ready. Gets anteed out. No ult to speak of. Hack on the choice A1. Gangnam Jin goes in, kills him off with the shield bash, and it seems like the Shanghai Dragons might just be able to scrape by at this point B cap.
No contest? Not looking like it. Piggy has to go. It's got to be Piggy. He's there.
It's in there. Sisu trying to pressure here from the flanks. Xerneas pushed away. The cart again pushing forward. They get zoned back far enough by the members of the Shanghai Dragons. Gangnam Jin with a nice whip shot to keep them at range. Like we're having to recall, but the cap is there. A minute and a half added to the time bank. Shanghai Dragons in with a pinch to potentially be able to get this cap at the end of it all. Xerneas with a quick flick of the shield, manages to turn, blocks out that pulse bomb, finds Viper. Choice A1 comes to the rescue. They pressure out Fleta, and now the cart can be held at the corner.
Good team play by Charge to stay alive there, because they could have been mega staggered, which would have been huge for Shanghai. Speaking of it being huge for Shanghai, Piggy couldn't stay on the payload, had to jump backwards. You needed to see Xerneas or Choice One take up the heat on the front lines to keep the payload contested, but there was like 1 meter left or something, so as soon as someone leaves and no one else is there, you're going to have the cap come through. But this situation now is a little bit tricky. I don't know how Hisu dies. He should have been in spawn sniping.
Yeah.
Maybe he even died in spawn. Whatever other players are currently out of spawn are just being picked off one by one by the Charge, so not only have they survived up against being staggered, now they just, or at least in that moment, kind of spawn camping the Dragons.
He's still making up his mind. Flipped off the Hanzo, now back over onto it. Definitely seems like the more necessary pick here for them. Even just the recons to try to scout out. It's a little
got no time.
Down, force the recall, but yeah, as you say,
This
time
is
is
a full OT push, start to finish.
12 seconds. I mean, look where the card's already rolled back to. It's right at the start of it. Not even at that corner, so all that distance taken away. Fleta trying to dive in, trying to create some space, gets anteed out down to 200. Ante will expire, but Piggy still wreaking havoc for it. Dragon Strike comes across. Jimmy looking to create some space here for his squad. Piggy now going to be taking a nap, but Fleta anteed, sliver of HP remaining for him. Hisu finds Jimmy, and Fleta will be kept alive. The Nano comes across, they boost him back up to full HP. Charging forward over towards the Charge's spawn spots now. Viper, pulse bomb in the pocket. Xerneas taken down, ult not yet needed. Fleta joins up onto the high ground.
Oh, good kill.
Zap across Farway taken down. That's the supports now out of the fight, and a considerable amount of space open for the Dragons.
Yeah, time to push here, but there's still so much distance to make through, and that means the Charge will get a full wave of respawn. Xerneas and Farway are down. Charge can wait for this one slightly. Jimmy trying to snipe out a spawn. That is a stick.
Oh.
Is it enough? Not quite.
The second too late, but as they push out, then anti-nade from Iris finds Xerneas. They're in position.
Capable.
Now the cart nearly there. 2 meters left to go. Piggy going to be taken down far away. Throws out the Nano on the choice A1 as he tries to occupy this card. Pops a recall, finds one. Hisu going to be eliminated. Is it going to be enough though? He's doing his damnedest, but down so low. The card's opened up. The push comes through. Somehow, some way, the Shanghai Dragons do manage to persevere. Viper going huge. Hisu as well, finding some crucial picks with that Hanzo. They managed to get to the end. No time in the bank, but still a finish on King's Row.
I mean, this is impressive because I don't think we really expected Dragons. I did not expect Dragons to finish this map. They had no time left to play through. Payload had rolled back, and to be honest, didn't really roll forward at all either. They didn't really push it. They were kind of being spawn camped by Charge at the start of C. And off of an OT-only push, they still managed to cap it. There was one critical moment in there where Dragons nearly had the push fall apart. That was Fleta on 1 HP being antied again. Eris is waiting for the anti to subside so he can go for the Nano. And we've seen that same moment occur on A where Fleta just dies. No Nano to come through. Eris then panic Nano somebody else, like Gangnam Jin, I guess. And the Dragons end up losing the fight. This time, Fleta lives. He doesn't get chased down. Eris puts the Nano into him. He's instantly back in the fight. And they get both Farway and Xerneas. And off the back of those two picks, the zap onto Farway, I believe, specifically allowing the second kill to come through. That's how Dragons got the most of the momentum. And then they just start pushing towards spawn. I even respect the Viper, spawn stick onto Piggy of the pulse bomb. because it just stops Piggy
Sure.
from contesting. It stops him from doing anything. He doesn't die off the back of that one. Well, he dies eventually, but he has to go back into spawn, come back out. Dragon comes through from Hisu, and they just get locked in spawn. So Dragons play the tempo side of that push extremely well, but only because Flitter didn't die at 1 HP. He lived.
Well, shades of the Dragons of old, managing that push in OT. Let's see how deep this goes. It's charged now, starting on their own attack. It's going to be mirrored across the board here between both of these squads. Hisu with defensive sight lines on the Hanzo. Let's see if he can have as much early impact as we did see from Jimmy. Right now, quite a bit of damage is getting pushed out. First Juan though, coming around the side. Right here, hugging along the wall, gets himself onto the point, keeping things occupied, keeping Flood under some pressure, but Piggy as well, just under just as much pressure. Falls low, and suddenly, Xerneas and Choice Juan both get taken down.
Yep.
Counterparts of the Brig and the Tracer coming up trumps here for the Dragons. They find the initial volley of kills.
I mean, Choice One has been playing out of his mind over the course of this season so far, and Viper had a slow start, but Viper is definitely catching up now. He's going toe-to-toe with Choi and then some. Really, again, comes down to Hisu and Viper. Those are the key members for the Dragons to perhaps get them some map wins today. And again, they only need the 2. The Fernald fans hoping for 2, Dragons fans hoping for 2 as well. So far, first defense good. 1 minute, 5 seconds gone.
I think the
Ultimate's coming
Dragons fans are
online.
hoping for
Eris is... You're hoping for 1 at a time.
That's fair. Youngam Jin, though, going to be taking out Choice Juan. Bit of a whiffy pulse. No one really nearby to try to receive that one, but it seems like it might not matter too much. Flood does manage to find a parting gift here on the Xerneas. Is Hisu going to be nanoed up? We'll see how much value you can find. Already 1 kill. This point occupied for now, but Peggy taken low. Can't quite find that kill before he falls, but Flood on the rejoin will go ahead and claim him. 1.5 ticks just about established here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but down a tank. Here's going to be taking a nap in the meantime, but it seems like not really anybody in position to try to find that kill. Now Nano going to be once again used on the Choice Juan. This time just trying to push through and get this cap across. Gets himself into the back line, recalls away from the sleep dart. Here's unable to lock him down, but in the meantime, Viper finds another pulse. Xerneas taken out, Flooded with the Primal. Takes it far away, that's the support's gone. Jimmy cleaved down. Flooded is having a whale of a time right now. Once again, they staved them off. Now 1 minute and 56 remaining.
I don't know about the Nano coming on through. I think Charge should have just been, you know, just be patient, wait for Piggy to respawn. You traded Piggy for Hisu. I think that's a decent trade for the Charge, because it's going to take longer for Hisu to come back than it is for Piggy. Just wait for Piggy, then Nano Piggy instead. You Nano Choi. Nano Trace is okay, but you couldn't do enough in that sort of situation. Dragons just hold on, and now they're in a good position to potentially hold if they can get past all of these ultimates. Charge are stacked up. 4 ults.
They are. Taking a little bit, but Iris nearly with the Nano. Hisu sends out the Dragon Strike. Again, just looking to clear the point as much as possible. As Piggy goes up onto the high ground to keep things contested. Rally now rolling on both sides. Piggy drops down, just looking to really disrupt this back line. Trying to juggle around, but he's not putting them in positions for kills to be found. Nano now goes out. Iris pushing Flood up forward. The Pulse Bomb, however, finds him, and then he's overextended.
Oh, the bio!
Taken down. Iris, however, with 1. Jimmy eliminated far away on a sliver of HP. Choice Juan as well, dashing around, grabs that mini pack to try to stay sustained. Viper keeping him at arm's length. Pulse Bomb now online for him. The ult's very much exhausted. The stick comes in. Viper somehow finds Xerneas once more. Takes him down. Piggy this time, he does receive the Nano, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Tick up continuing. Piggy slept on the corner. Nano lobbed in, finds 2. Piggy has to disengage. Is shoved all the way back over towards the archway, and far away is caught out alone. Suddenly with 30 seconds remaining. 2 ticks established. Shanghai Dragons, they might be able to pull off this full hold.
I mean, they might just do it because they survived up against the 4 big ultimates there. They've done it. They just need to win 1 more fight here, and Viper is monstrous in this lobby. He just gets stick after stick after stick. Pulse Bomb Prince of Viper coming on through. Clutch for the Shanghai Dragons. Eris as well landing some beautiful bionates. He actually caught Farway's early as double early on. And yeah, Fleta gets his Primal. They can delay for a long time.
Nano Primal about to be available. Fleta cannot die right now. Nano goes out first. Now he's got the Primal in the back pocket. Sleep does come across. Viper taken down. Piggy able to find 1, but it's straight out very quickly, and now traded up. Both DPS players eliminated the side of the Guangzhou Charge. That's Choice Juan having that Pulse Bomb. Dragon Strike again to try to clear the point, up to 83%, but nobody can get back on. They contested, and my lord, what a response from getting absolutely bodied on Antarctic Peninsula to full holding the Guangzhou Charge after a miraculous push to point C cap. Shanghai Dragons pick up their first map win here in the series.
And don't anyone dare say C9 there. Piggy was sleeping, and both the supports of the Guangzhou Charge were being battered around by Flitter's Primal. No one could touch. Not a single person.
C9.
So, I mean, yeah, they were losing that fight. They were heavily losing that fight. And again, it's Viper with a beautiful kill to start things off with. I mean, this is the Shanghai Dragons, again, playing what they need to be playing in terms of what the players are good on in terms of their respective hero picks. It doesn't matter what Fleta plays. This is what I'm saying. Forget about Fleta on the Winston. Look at Viper, look at Hisu, look at Golem Generis. They need to be the ones on their best heroes, and when they get to play their best heroes and actually get to individually perform, you get to see some magic.
Well, magic it is. And the Infernal fans breathing a sigh of relief, but there's still one more map to go if they want to secure that top spot. Guangzhou Charge is seemingly looking a bit overconfident, I suppose. You know, going for these nanos on Choice A1 to try to open things up rather than playing it out patiently, saying, oh yeah, you know, if we just nano the Tracer, Choice A1 can dip them. It does not happen. The hold is successful, and Shanghai Dragons tie things up at 1-1. We'll see if that's going to be a wake-up call now for Charge after a very hot start. This has got to be feeling like sleeping with a wet blanket. But what we want to see is more of this from Viper, from Hisu. Continue to just show up. Either way, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Junkertown to see who will take the lead in the series, so don't go anywhere. Well, we are back after King's Row, a push to the end of the map in overtime. From B to C, Shanghai Dragons make it to the end of the map and then full hold the Guangzhou Charge. So a massive turnaround after getting, I mean, frankly, bodied in the first map. They find themselves now tied up as we get ready to go into Junkertown 1-1. One of these teams is going to be moving up to match point. The Infernal and Shanghai Dragons fans are going to be keeping their fingers crossed that it's the team in red coming up victorious on the opposite side of this map.
I mean, no one told me that when we're talking about dragons, we're talking about Charizard here. Just decide to wake up and start thrashing around and actually frag out, clutch up. How do you cap on C the entire way in OT? Really, that shouldn't be possible, and yet here we are. Then a full hold right after that. That was incredible as well versus the Guangzhou Charge, a team that, as you've mentioned, bodied them on Antarctic Peninsula. Didn't look close, but however, I think some inklings of, you know, some light of hope, some rays of hope was there for Dragons, because you did still see some good moments from Hisu and Viper despite losing on Antarctic Peninsula. And then that gets translated in a much bigger way on King's Row, where between the two of them, Fled is staying alive more so this time, being able to receive a couple of nanos. Eris hitting some really good bionades as well. And as I've mentioned, I think Gangnam Jin just looks much better on the Brig than the Lucio. This is why Dragons play this comp, and this is the only real way that I think Dragons have a shot. They're kind of proving it right now. Let's take a look at this Ana head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean,
Note the deaths.
Eris just coming out in pretty much every metric. Only 2 deaths, as you're pointing out here. 10 bionades on just a single map. Yeah, it just felt like everybody on the side of Shanghai Dragons went from looking the most uncomfortable, like they went from like sitting in like back of the plane Spirit Airlines to first class on like Asiana. You know, it would just map over map. The comfort from them on King's Row was so different.
It's not like the pressure on Eris wasn't there either, because when you look at some of the, you know, the damage output at Choi especially, Guy ended up on 10,591 damage per 10, which, you know, for a team that was losing is an incredible amount of damage. The really fun stat is a 1 minute 1 second time for ult earned. That's an unbelievably quick, even for a pulse bomb. That's very fast for a pulse bomb as well. If he managed to get that 1 second earlier or 2 seconds earlier and get it sub 1 minute, that would be like a record. So very well played by Choi despite losing.
All right, well, Junkertown now. Staging ground. Let's see if Biggie tries to force Floodit off of this Winston, or Floodit won't even care about it and just sticks to maximum comfort. We'll have to just wait and see. It's also a potential opportunity for those Widowmakers to come back into play.
What did he should play here last time? He did play some Widow. That was versus the Soul Dynasty, as well as some Sombra. Now, the biggest question will be for me, does he go back to the Sombra for this map, or will he stay on the Hanzo? Because Isu's Hanzo has been pretty solid. I think we all know that Flitter most likely stays on the Winston here, even though we have seen a little bit of... this is all the way back in week 1 now, so I don't know how much I'll keep referring back to it, but the Flitter Sigma did make a brief appearance, but I highly doubt it would come through once more. Bigger question will be for Piggy. Piggy can definitely come through on the Sigma. That's something that he's very comfortable on.
Alright. Let's see what they piece together as we get ready to go into it. Piggy already going to be showing us that Sigma. For the side of the Shanghai Dragons, we'll have to just wait a little bit longer, but right now, Floodit moving over towards Diva. Hisu, as well with this Bastion, would be quite efficient in breaking down these barriers. But looks like they're going to opt to match a bit with Viper going over to Genji.
Yeah, that's a specialty as well. Viper's signature. Despite how good he's looked on the Tracer, his favorite hero is by far the Genji. Wow, so Flitter's going to square up. He's going to square up versus Piggy in the Sigma matchup. That is going to be a little bit scary, considering how good Piggy is on this hero.
It's a bold move.
I mean, at one stage, Piggy was... I can't remember who. I'm pretty sure there was some commentary about Piggy being a one-trick Sigma at one point, just to show how good he is at this particular hero.
Yeah, I mean, I was making some Lord of the Flies references, of course. Piggy using the boulders and whatnot. See if our younger audience members catch that reference at all. For now, Cart going to be moved into the death zone with relative ease. Not much forward contention here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but now they can start to lock it in place. Of course, they want just trying to keep Viper honest, applying some pressure here off the side.
You'll notice that not only is it the Viper Genji, but Gangnam Jim's still on the Lucio here, which is also fine. Not at least to the Brig, which is still fine. Well, it's not fine if he's dead. It's going to be Jimmy with first blood.
And Xerneas finding Viper as well to boot. And Fleta now going to be taken down with that much less support, so push around the back, catch Hisu, and the cart going to remain locked in this position between the two buildings.
Hisu went for a bit of a journey there. You think he was a defending player, but he's actually on the attack. And with that, both Viper and Gangnam change. If you play the Genji Brig version of the Sigma Com, you're looking for a lot more close range action, obviously, as the Brig would imply. Looking for a little bit more, you know, close range brawling, some pocketing for the Genji as well. But the double flex support version of the BAP and the Zen, definitely a lot more common, I think, in this particular map. It does mean Gangnam Jin and Viper are going to be further behind in ultimates, especially Viper, considering Choi's already got a pulse.
Those get tagged down a little bit low, but Widely's going to be okay. Just continuing to push some damage out onto Fleta. Not under any real threat, though, until he moves down onto the low ground.
Window.
He's, in the meantime, catches a glimpse of Xerneas there for a moment. Goes for the jump shot, and Jimmy says, don't you dare. Forces him back down onto the low ground. In the meantime, Charge get themselves up above the cart to keep it locked in position.
Choi 1 HP there. Good angle by Eris. It's going to force Jimmy off. Okay, Jimmy nearly still had a shot at the Hisu. Gets a bit of a warning lick there. The Shanghai Dragons get their way through. The payload surely should be moving forward now.
Okay, poison trap from Hisu finds Faraway, as he was pretty much in danger anyway. A lot of pressure being applied by Viper in that moment, but the rest of the team now suffering as Eris and Gangnam Jin both can get picked up. Off the back of the Flux, the kills come through. Once again, a reset that's necessary. Ults are getting built up here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but it feels like they're going to have to maybe try to dump everything just to keep themselves in this one and be able to get the push onto A, and even then it might not be enough. Fleta needs to have a big Flux.
We'll see if he can, because Charge might not be grouped up for it at all. You can see the Charge are playing fairly open in terms of players being on different flanks. Choi's obviously going to be on a bit of a flank here. Jimmy's sniping super far back. Supports are going to be spread all the way on the high ground. Hisu's been trying to find Jimmy. I think Jimmy's had Hisu number once, and Hisu's not really been able to take Jimmy down. And with the Infrasight coming through, this is going to be a bit of a pause. But it could flux this, but I think Dragons will just respect the window and back out.
Quite possibly.
They stuck in a room?
Gangnam Jin alive right now. He doesn't want to be forced to use this Transcendence. Mortality field does get cleared up. It looks like enough pressure is pulled off, so he's able to survive. Flux from Fleta finds Xerneas in the meantime. Faraway going to be taken away. That's going to be both the supports now gone. First time one with the pulse, not able to find anything. Pig completely stuck in the health pack room. Ends up falling. Given the run backs here, it seems like getting any kind of touch, any kind of recontest, just doesn't seem likely. So this should be the cap coming through in the next 2.5 minutes, about to be added to the time bank here for the Dragons.
Yeah, no one's fast enough. Not a single member from the Charge group to make this in time. Or maybe Choi, but you really want to risk it at this stage? Probably not. Actually got kind of tricky there for the Dragons, because they were stuck in a room, and you were right about Gangnam Jin maybe being forced to trans, because it was looking pretty dire. If Gangnam Jin dies there, or if another person dies, I think that push is not going to be successful at all. But you wanted to see Flitter come through with a decent flux. Gets the backline, both Xerneas and Faraway dead. That's exactly the start you need. The Shanghai Dragons with the cap. Time is fairly limited, though. I don't think you're going to really finish the map with this type of time remaining. However,
we said that King's Row.
It did make some magic happen on King's Row, albeit that did happen. So keep that one in the back of your head.
Jimmy pressured out, drops down, does have that mega pack to play off of. Just trying to keep tabs on him. Tries to line up the shot, but it's just way too elusive here. Is Viper. Gangnam Jin also comes in off the flank to reinforce. So now finding choice A1. It's going to be DPS players now taken away. Xerneas falling. Piggy left on his lonesome. Forward here onto the cart. Eventually is just going to fall. Moves in. Health pack, I believe, taken away, and eventually will crumble. So 30-second fight. Going to once again start pushing forward.
Yeah, huge from Viper there.
Gangnam Jin has not had to use this Transcendence at all.
And so he should not, because you want to save that one for the Flux. And that's so huge for the Dragons. The fact that they've not been forced to use a trans, not been pressured. They have been pressured, but Dragons have been, you know, confident enough to realize they don't need to pop it. You can just survive, and that's exactly what they've done. This is a great move. Now, this is where you want to make up for a lot of lost time. Charge, though. We've got to get this touch going.
He noted Transcendence out early here from Xerneas. Jimmy does get the better of Hisu. Here's barely trying to stay alive here, but does manage to actually be sustained by the trans from Gangnam Jin, and also find an answering kill. Thinking, however, going to get caught, or catches Flood, I should say. That's that kill. Cernius now taken down to the pulse from Viper. It's scrappy. It's messy. Viper down to a sliver of HP. Piggy eventually able to punish him. Just continues to play forward all on his lonesome, trying to hold this cart. Gets himself into the corner. Gangnam Jin pushes forward, tries to take him down. With the arrival of Iris, they will be able to get rid of Piggy.
The cap.
The cap comes through. It's a minute and 50 seconds now to try to finish the map. Viper going to be swapping back over to the Genji.
Support or combat. It's Gangnam Jin and Eris clutching through there. They just killed Piggy. They were basically the only ones left alive for the Dragons, I believe. Flitter dies, by the way, despite the trance, because the trance came in too early. Gangnam Jin pops it maybe about a second early. And because of that, once they drop down from Piggy's flex, and that's the part that actually does the damage, the trance was gone. So Flitter never actually got healed properly off the 50% damage. That's how Flitter died. But yeah, Gangnam Jin and Eris did a great job there to continue the cap regardless. So we're going to get a C point here. This time they actually have a bit of time to play through.
Other way up, trying to keep this high ground contested with Jimmy. Isu, both of the infra sites rolling. Everyone perfectly aware of where the others are at. Flux comes out from Flutter, but he gets stunned out of it. There's the accretion. Knocks him down, keeps the rest of the team safe, does Piggy. But onto the low ground, the healing's coming through. They keep him sustained, but now with Hisu gone, Iris as well falling. The charge can just rush forward and look for some additional picks. The support's gone. Viper, Gangnam Jin trying to stay alive. Choi Se-wan able to go ahead and pick up that elimination at the very end of it all. 40 seconds now remaining. Shanghai Dragons, they have more of that magic to pull out.
2/3 though they've capped through, so it's good distance. They don't have to start from the exact beginning of C. But what a great play by Piggy. Shutting down the flux of Flater was super important because Flater wanted to cancel the window, or not cancel, but counter the window of far away, which is important. Piggy realized that opportunity to get the cancel on the flux. He does exactly that and will now have a flux of his own to work through in short order. Let's see where Dragon set up this window. It's already been played through. That's a very shallow window angle. Doesn't see much at all.
Yeah. Gonna open things up. Again, pressure applied to Jimmy. Viper desperately trying to find that kill, but Choi Se-wan gets Iris in the meantime. The back end of the window, Fleta stunned up, taken down, and yeah, unfortunately, the transcendence from Gangnam Jin is just far too late. A little bit of extra meterage here at the very end. The melee kill does come through, but now Choi Se-wan's in on top of him, and the deflect will finish him off. That'll be the cleanup. So still, most of the map taken after nearly being full held. Once again, Shanghai Dragons getting close to the end of the map. We need to have another strong defense as the blade will be pulled just to go ahead and finish the deal. OT bleeds down.
I think they still got about a 6 meters extra on that last fight. So Dragons, they went, was it like 68 to 74? Still managed to squeeze through a few extra bits of meterage. It's distance though. They didn't finish the map. Well, 130, so they can't be an OT. 130 for C means you basically have to do it in one go, and they couldn't do that. They lost the fight already. And this was the flux a little bit earlier on, where Farway dodged the flux, but still ends up dying anyway. And importantly, Gangnam Jin didn't end up needing to pop trance there while killing everybody. And this is
he
the
was holding
Gangnam
on
Jin,
to that for so long.
and rightfully so again, because he didn't have to use it. So good on him for doing that. Gangnam Jin playing something a lot more comfortable. Everyone knows him. Back on his flex support days, he's spent a full season and a bit now playing Lucio, but originally a flex support player, which is why when you look at Dragons playing double flex comps like this Zen Vap, they should look good. Eris traditionally one of the better, if not the best, Vaps that we've seen historically as well. So a lot of strengths being shown by Dragons.
Well, now we need to see that defensive strength once more. They can do what we saw on King's Row. They're in with a pinch. So that'll be the 2 maps confirmed. But Guangzhou Charge definitely getting the better of them there. Hisu going to be playing forward here with the Sombra once again. So no Widowmaker battle. See if Jimmy decides to swap once they realize that it's going to be the Sombra Tracer.
I think it'll be hard to keep the backline alive for Piggy here, so maybe towards a D.Va or a Winston here. I would have said D.Va would be okay as well, but the Winston is obviously acceptable. We're into a dive mirror. Outside of Jimmy, obviously not going to mirror the Sombra for reasons already explained. And if Jimmy has his way, he won't have to.
Already really great forward pressure here. Keeping Hisu honest. Gunning him back off that flank on the right-hand side. Dive in from Fleta now. Knocked down to about half HP. Bubble does help escort himself backwards. Around the corner in safety, but Colosseo now pursuing forward as the car joins in. There's just so much focus fire. Fleta absolutely disappears. Now Gangnam Jin going to be taken down. Iris to fall. And that's going to be point A capped. It's just about a minute burned.
Especially considering Hisu and Viper, the last one's dead, that is going to mean that they can't be the ones touching here. It has to be Flitter. Hisu already swapping over towards the Hanzo, which means he's gearing up for the stage. Dragons are going to give up A. That is a super quick time for an A cap. How much time to work with? 5:22. Oh, that's a lot. And that is a brilliant shot.
Yeah. It's the recon reveals too. Body shots across, and I mean 5 minutes to try to work down. It's definitely possible in this phase of the map, but and to get as much time away from the charge as humanly possible, if not get this cap and deny the B cap in general.
I mean, look how scared you have to be if you're Gangnam Jin. You just cop an arrow here. Viper nearly gets shot there as well. Dragon Strike easily available. They can continue pushing their way through. You can just shove the dragons off their high ground with the Dragon Strike alone.
There he is, though. Just get pressured out. Let it diving in. The Nano. Viper finding the kill. Pulse Bomb goes through as well. Manages to recon, stay alive. Even with such little HP. H1 eventually does find him, but damage very much dealt. No supports. Guangzhou Charge having to go for the reset, and they're looking for Jimmy, but barely managed to pull back, get some healing just before Flutter would have claimed him.
You could just tell that pipe was going to burst as well. The pressure was building up so high for the Dragons. They needed to be able to release, and all that is going to come through on Viper. Double supports again. This time Hisu will find first blood. We're talking about Jimmy getting some snipes. Hisu responds.
Dragon Strike out. Choice One down. He's some zoned back for the time being. Flutter again just jumping up, trying to get Iris' Nano as much as humanly possible. So the poke and broad, the heals come through. He stays safe, still has the primal as well. He's nearly knocked down. Charge desperately, just kind of struggling to get themselves into position to actually get this push going once again. Rally's going to be rolling, though. Gangnam Jin going to be the focus fire. Goes so very low, but the heals will come through to keep him alive. He, however, finds a headshot. Takes out Hisu. Now that the rally is over, both supports will fall in the back end. It's going to look a team kill coming in as, yep, Flutter will fall. Guangzhou Charge. It took about a minute and a half, but if not 2 minutes, it will be able to push this forward once again.
That was tricky for Gangnam Jin. Nearly died during the rally. Eris 15 away from the Nano as well, so couldn't quite keep up once Far Away drops in the Nano. You need Eris to be able to respond. Not enough healing there. Isu going over towards the Sim just to allow his players to TP forward, which means they are going to contest. Viper stick.
Oh, again, just finding Xerneas time and time. Be the potential opener here, but now Piggy able to zap him down. And with Hisu falling, it seems like that should be it. So, last-ditch effort looking for the hold. With the kills coming through. Looks like it's just going to be a minor little time by here. With the Shanghai Dragons inevitably go back over spawn.
Primal.
Primal's popped by Piggy. What? That seems like an overextension.
It's definitely costly. You've just overpaid for that price of entry onto C, I think. Charge lost confidence there, maybe. Piggy lost confidence there. Maybe thought they weren't going to cap. That's the only explanation. I think even if Piggy dies, it's not a big problem. They definitely had that one under lock.
Yeah, I mean, there's, what, 3 people dead when he commits to it, and he's just diving in to try to take down a support. Definitely a bit puzzling. Very much could be the initial, butterfly effect coming through if they can't get this cap at the very end.
Speaking of that cap, look at the payload distance. Look how far the payload is moving. We're already on to last fight, basically, here.
Shanghai Dragons need to dig in. But Hisu taken out. Choi Se-Wan gets the pulse stick. Fleta taken low. Forced to use the primal now. Gets slept in the back line. Does get woken up rather quickly, but the focus fire is still looking so very good. It looked like just at the very last moment when he was going to be able to escape. Far away, gets a shot through. Finishes the job. Jimmy sustained. The cart continues to push. Recon revealing. Dragon Strike at the ready. Spots Viper. Looks to take him down. Can't quite steady the arrows, though. Viper lives to fight another day. The pulse, again, can he find it? Lobs it in. This time Xerneas is able to stay alive. The Nano goes across to Far Away. Was very much worried that Xerneas was going to get eliminated. But he does pop it. Rally's rolling on either side. He's
good dragon.
The Widowmaker. Needs to find some headshots and needs to find them now. Flutter swaps over to the D.Va, but he's going to be broken out of the mech. The Nano goes over to Viper, and he needs to find some value immediately. Shields raised. Xerneas antied out, but he's just kiting back with the shield still raised. Gangnam Jin with a whip shot. Able to find him in the very end. There's just a meter left to go. The kills continue to fly. Hisu taken out. The support's under fire from the side of the Dragons.
Jimmy again.
Jin taken down. Viper able to find one, but it needed so much more. It's not going to come to fruition. The Guangzhou Charge will be able to persevere. They push through to the end. Some decent time buying from the Dragons, but that 5-minute 20 start for the second phase of Junkertown seemingly just way too much. Guangzhou Charge now take the lead 2-1.
And we thought Dragons did well on their attack, right? Because they ended up pushing over towards C. A and B got a little bit tricky. OT for both, I believe. Time on C wasn't really enough. And, you know, could you capture Lightning a bottle twice here for the Shanghai Dragons to get this miraculous C cap? Unfortunately, not so. Not going to be the case for 2 maps in a row. Charge, on the other hand, I mean, an expected result. They came through blisteringly fast pace on A. Snowball that all the way through B and C. I don't even think Charge... Did they even lose a fight? Did Charge even get reset? I don't think they did. Pretty certain Charge just full push their way through the entire map. Some of the pushes met resistance and were a little bit slower than the others, but all in all, I don't think Charge actually got reset there.
Yeah, and just were able to consistently keep up that pressure. Well, now 2-1 the lead. Shanghai Dragons and the Infernal fans. They need at least that one more map here to keep their hopes alive. We'll see if they can get it, though. So we'll go to a quick break, and we'll come back for what could be the final map. And we are back. Potentially one more map to close out this series. Guangzhou Charge looking to solidify themselves in first place here in APAC. One more map win, they will be able to do it. Need to stop Shanghai from picking up 2 for them to be able to overtake the Seoul Infernal. And given what we saw in Junkertown, definitely seems possible, but the Shanghai Dragons have been fighting back. It certainly wasn't as easy of a win considering the time bank that they started with after capping A.
I think a 3-1 for Charge, obviously, on the technical side, is more than acceptable to retain your number 1 position. They would be beating the Seoul Infernal in terms of rankings here on the leaderboard, on the standings, rather. But maybe not so good for the narrative of Charge fighting for that number 1 position in terms of the power ranking. Shanghai Dragons, though, they're steadily climbing up. I mean, they are looking better and better outside of they just lost to Dallas, I think. But aside from that, let's take a look at my favorite stat line for, you already know the one I'm going towards, Viper, the Pulse Bomb Prince himself. 83.3 Pulse Bomb attach rate. That's pretty nuts.
Disgusting. That is ridiculous. I mean, we saw him finish, versus the Dynasty, and finish the series with the 50% rate. But he comes out here 83.3%.
It's crazy.
He's got a pulse in his hands. You just know someone's gonna die. That is insane. I'd be curious to know what the total pool is. How many he did use. But obviously it's in excess of probably like 7 pulse bombs.
He got 6 pulse bomb kills, so at least 6. At least 6. I can tell you his pulse bomb efficiency is 1.00, which means every pulse bomb got a kill, even the ones that didn't stick. So he did miss some pulse bombs because it's not 100%, but even the ones he missed still got a kill.
Nasty stuff from Viper. Just unfortunately not quite enough for them to be able to complete that defense there on the side of Junkertown. So they do find themselves in a deficit. They need to be able to win as we get ready to go into Colosseo for our push map, if they want to tie this up and take us all the way to Oasis and make some Infernal fans very, very happy.
Who do you think, honest opinion, who do you think is currently in the race for Rookie of the Year? Some people saying Sugar Free. I'm gonna start talking about Viper a little bit. Look, I understand his team's not very good. His team is not good, guys. But can I interest you in an 83.3% pulse attach rate and a 50% pulse attach rate across 4 maps versus all, like, individually, he's kind of looking good. I'm just saying.
I mean, Fleta made a name for himself on a team that was playing like garbage, and he was a shining light. Viper, I'm not saying that the Dragons are necessarily playing like garbage. Obviously, they're being fairly competitive here. Aside from our opening map of Antarctica, they have been competitive versus the Charge. But you can make that argument. We gave Dia player of the match when Shanghai won 0-40, so why not?
I just wonder who are the other rookies that are kind of in that conversation, because so far, I mean, Shock, obviously we know Shock are not doing super great at the moment, so we're not talking about that team at the moment. I don't know, like what other teams are like, what other teams with rookies are really, I don't know. But I think the standouts are probably like Sugar Free and Viper. Gotta be real with you. Let's see if that continues for the rest of the series here, as I don't think Dragons are done just yet. Hopefully I didn't just curse them. Hopefully I've not just jinxed them. Let's see what Viper can do on this Tracer again.
Right now, trying to draw some presence here around Fountain. Let's force a recall out of choice Juan. He'll come his way, so Viper can continue to play into this position. As Hisu, greeted by the nade. Helps confirm the kill. Piggy very quickly able to scoop it up from there, and the Shanghai Dragons are going to be forced back. Viper under fire. Seems like recall does get burned by him. Piggy just going to be dropping down off that high ground, and they can put some attention now over onto the bot.
A bit of a slow start there for the Dragons. Still though, just the one loss of player so far onto Hisu. See if the rest of the players can bounce back, as no one's really too far behind on ult charge or anything like that. Distance is 15 meters, which is acceptable in terms of a loss. He cops a bio nade, and that is actually enough for the Dragons to take some ground back.
I'm gonna keep it only 15 meters gain, so no big early stretch. And Hisu finding an opening kill. Thought it goes diving forward off the back of that one. Hisu forced off of angles though by that bio. Waits it out. Goes right back into it. Colosseo looking to rejoin, but Viper again ahead with the pulse bomb. This time, though, not going to find a stick, not going to find an elimination. Write that one down as Flood going to be eliminated. Piggy hits the floor, slept out, taken low. Viper able to pursue in, finds that elimination, but it's going to be a 2-for-1. Nano's still committed to the fight, though. Goes over to Gangnam Jin. Shanghai Dragons trying to win this one out, and he will be able to build up the rally, and he's also going to pop it. But now Iris is going to be eliminated. Viper finds Xerneas, but they need so much more than this. The bot getting back into a neutral position. So far, the Dragons have only gained 1.32 meters. Now Gangnam Jin is dead, and it feels like the Dragons are just getting way too overzealous.
They're trying to clutch. They're trying to do some old 2021 Dragons type beat at the moment where, you know, are we down a couple players? Do we have ults coming online? Can just throw them in there anyway. Gangnam Jin did get chunked down by the Dragon Strike, to be fair. That allowed Choi to come in for the alley-oop kill. Eris was behind by a good 10% on ult charge for Nano. I think if Eris managed to get Nano in time and save Fleta, could have been a different fight. That was the difference maker to me. And because of the Nano differential in the first fight, that's going to compound to a gigantic differential now with Faraway sitting on 77.
Viper with another pulse. Dropping down, he's looking for Xerneas, but he's going to be forced back. In the meantime, Faraway gets Gangnam Jin. Hisu and Viper both so very low, and now they're going to be dead. Sleep on to Fleta. The rest of the team dead around him. He's antied out. And Luis Fleta says, you know what? This is an unwinnable fight. I am not going to use the Primal. So, some learning, but the bot is continuing to push up.
They're about the cap, and they're one fight away from capping. Hisu now over towards the Sombra. Gangnam Jin now on Lucio. This is where I get slightly more worried for the Shanghai Dragons. Not so much the Sombra part.
Okay.
Unless Brink... okay, Xerneas dies.
Yeah, tries to keep Faraway alive, but the rally is just far too late. Cannot survive. Both, yeah, the support's going to be taken down there. And Jimmy also gets picked. Piggy just getting getting dinked in the end. Ends up dying, and now the bot can finally be in firm control of the Shanghai Dragons. But how much distance can they get? Because it's right in front of the checkpoint for the charge.
No, they get no distance here. It's straight away another fight. I think Piggy thought there was an escape route there, then I realized, nope, that's just a wall. I jump back down and die. Needs to reset anyway. Nano coming online for Eris, super important timing. Faraway had a gigantic lead, but didn't get to use the ultimate. And now he's under pressure.
Oh my god. Viper just trying to get into the back line.
Pressure.
Faraway kills
maybe
two!
Not.
Oh my goodness. He's getting juggled around just a bit, but the health packs are flying here from Xerneas, looking for the peel. Piggy finds Iris.
Still alive.
Before getting taken down. Yeah, he's still, yeah, he can't die. Faraway, he cannot die. He died in the last fight, so we'll ignore that one, but otherwise he can't die.
He just killed 3. The guy just killed 3. With some help. Okay, Xerneas was pocketing it, but guy just killed 3. That was impressive.
You know what? Spoiler alert. I'll throw it out there. I voted for him for player of the match already. It's being reinforced. Tisu now going to be spotted as the recon goes across by Jimmy. So he's got to back out of that position. Storm arrows turned over towards Fleta now. As the bot will be locked in place for now. Nano goes forward. Does go to Jimmy. It's not going to be enough. Viper gets a pulse across. That's enough to confirm the kill. One member gone, Faraway, antied out. Colosseo under some fire. Does stay alive, at least for the time being. As Hisu has Piggy completely corralled into the side room, and Fleta comes in for some reinforcements. They will be able to find the kill, but it's not free. EMP goes across, catches out on multiple members. Viper with a follow-up from one. Colosseo taking down the supports for now, though, untouched. But the bot in control, at least somewhat, here for the side of Shanghai.
Man, they were down too many members. You can see that Hisu dives in for the EMP. You could tell he was going to go for it, but then has to translocate straight away. No one can really follow up on that. Thankfully, Viper was there to get 1 kill, but is that enough? I mean, EMP, bad timing, 1 frag, full reset on both sides. It's like it never happened. You kind of wish the EMP was available now instead of, 10 seconds early when he used it. And now charge of all these ultimates too. They're stacked up again.
Right forward, Dragon Strike goes in. Gangnam Jin forced back, beat still held. Dragons need to start getting some form of real distance established here for themselves. It's just 4.5 minutes remaining. Faraway, though, going to be picked off. Gangnam Jin now using the beat aggressively to look to win out the rest of the fight. Xerneas kind of stuck in an awkward position. Does get that shield bash across from the Fleta, trying to peel for himself, but eventually will crumble under the pressure, as does Jimmy. Colosseo, however, still doing God's work for the side of charge. Comes up with 2 eliminations. Viper gone, just saving them off a little bit more. Now keeps the bot contested as best as possible, but has to pull back, grab that mini pack. Continuing to find some inches, but Fleta just can't play forward. He doesn't have enough backing here. So eventually has to give it up. The Guangzhou Chargers continue to lock this into a neutral position, but what a
That's not bad.
Fleta with the charge up with the right click. Takes down Colosseo. That's the pulse now. Eliminated from the fight. Dive into the back line. Hisu gets the hack on a Faraway. With Fleta's help, they will find the kill.
They'll get Piggy here as well. Because Piggy's trying to stall at the moment. He's not popping Primal here, no way. So that's going to be a bit of a late stagger onto Piggy at the, you know, the price of a, well, the benefit, I should say, of Charge allowing the rest of the members to get up in time. But without Piggy available, Dragons just push further forward, convert onto Jimmy, and that's about, what, 4 answered kills in a row now for the Dragons as they continue farming up ultimates, including another EMP, which will be huge here. And if they can drop this EMP and get a big fight win, they can cap.
Yeah, I mean, it did take a minute from that time, though. There's a pulse bomb, and it goes into the shield, Xerneas, as well. Nano get up, does manage to stay alive. Iris, however, pressured out. Piggy just diving in. The bot now. Take it away. So they do get some distance. They go from, what, 16 to 32, so effectively doubling their distance here, but still not really any closer to getting that lead for themselves. EMP available. Hisu into the back lines. Xerneas doing his damage as a spy check, just throwing that flail around. So far, though, not making any contact. So Hisu still stays elusive. In the meantime, Piggy is in so deep. Chasing around the back, looking for Iris. EMP now does get used here. Into the back line of the Guangzhou charge. Far away, disappearing. Is Fleta in pole position to find the kill. Jimmy going to be taken down. Piggy eventually does get his target. That Primal
with the Primal.
Pops, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here. The Shanghai Dragons starting to move the bot away. Once again, pushing over towards the Guangzhou charge.
I mean, that cost Piggy a whole Primal, though. Like, it feels so expensive. You traded back lines here. It's fairly even for both sides. As we see what else Dragons have to offer here. An extra Nano would do wonders. Gangnam Jin close to the beat as well.
Just needs to does have such a long run back. Because the kill, eventually Dragons cannot really pursue forward and keep the bot lock in place.
Well, both
so once
of the
again,
teams,
back to the start.
Because the bot is in neutral position, both teams have equal run back here. So you have to do a full reset for both teams no matter what. And out the back of that one, Dragons have more ults now. And that will be a very easily dodged Dragon Strike.
Oh, Hisu spotted, has to translocate out immediately. But it's going to be Anti, just goes diving forward. The Primal, though, is there for the bailout. And now Rally going to be popped as he desperately try to keep Far Away alive. And seems like this time it's going to be working a treat. Pulse Bomb goes in. Viper at this time not going to be finding an elimination. And Jimmy gets him an arrow to the head. Takes on the Tracer. The Storm arrows come across. Fleta now falling. Guangzhou charge winning the fight as Far Away adds another kill to his record. Cleanup comes in. Charge very much in control. 1 minute 19 seconds remaining. Guangzhou charge. It seems like it should have this.
With the time remaining, yeah, absolutely. Dragons, unfortunately, the fight that they needed to win was the one that Piggy went hard on Erison and popped the Primal. Obviously, I don't think there's much you can do against that, but shows that Dragons didn't have the tempo to engage first before Piggy could go in. Speaking of which, Piggy will now be going further in with the Nano.
Does get slept for the time being. Now we'll get up towards A1, and it's the Nano taken out of the fight here. Hisu, 2% from that EMP, and it needs to be a cataclysmic one here for them. And a very clean wipe of the charge. Trying to get this bot moving. Checkpoint.
They
a couple meters away. EMP going to be used. Hisu has managed to find Piggy. They need more off the back of that, perhaps, though. Jimmy low. Hisu managing to find a second elimination, down to 40 HP. Jumps out. Nano out. Viper gonna be the recipient. Dives in. He's looking for Xerneas, but the heals come across. Alright, managing to keep him alive at least for a little bit longer. The anti eventually comes through, however, and Hisu is able to scoop up both kills on the supports. Bot again here in the hands of the Shanghai Dragons, but it's gotta be an OT push.
Oh, 3 kills for Hisu there with a late one into choice in one. That is usable, especially given the fact that there is no forward spawn. Because there was no cap, Charge do not have a forward spawn here. They're going to spawn all the way back in base, and Dragons can get the bot up to the barrier here, which allows them to be in contention for a potential flip. But they have to win this fight. It is OT, it is final fight, and Dragons have no ults. Viper better hit this sec.
He absolutely needs to. He's still getting whittled lower and lower, though. 4% left to go. Iris jumped down to half. Rally now pop from Xerneas. Piggy taking a nap. Pulse Bomb does come across, and that's going to cut that rally shy. Iris as well. The Bionade goes across. Choice A1 going to be taken down. They got the 2-man advantage right now to the Shanghai Dragons. They're looking for a bit more. Fleta trying to find Far Away, takes him low. Jimmy does get Gangnam Jin, but Viper gets Jimmy. The bot again moving forward.
Okay.
25 meters left to go for the Shanghai Dragons.
Importantly, Primal was not used by Piggy there. He wants to retain it for what is going to be the charge final fight as the Dragons look for a flip here. Again, they don't need a camp, just a flip. Piggy has a Primal for this fight now. Fletus also has one. Surely not a solo kill.
Wait, Iris is dead. But Iris is going to be taken down. Choice A1. The Pulse Bomb doesn't get the kill, but the Pulse Pistols will. Now Viper's dead as well. Xerneas kills him with a shield bash. Piggy's got that Primal rolling, and he's looking to knock some people off the side of the map. Hisu getting juggled around, translocates back open to safety, but the EMP needs to come in, and it needs to come in now. Fleta trying to stay alive. The beach just a 2-man, but Fleta immediately taken down as soon as the shielding is gone. The EMP does go through. It catches multiple players, but the kills just cannot be found. The OT bleeds away. They get close to the very end, but it's not close enough. Guangzhou Charge will take this series 3-1. They will deny the 2 maps away from the Dragons. They will deny a win away, and they will go ahead and claim that first place spot.
But I think you got to give credit to Dragons here for making it way closer than they had any business making this game. Charge probably were expecting the 3-0. I think everyone watching was expecting 3-0, given how Antarctic Peninsula went. That was so one-sided. You're like, okay, this you write the Dragons off after that. There's no way. Dragons simply can't compete in this matchup. But then they actually win in that. And you even look at the final map that we see here on Colosseo. That came down to one fight. And Charge played that super well. Picky kept the primal. Barley survives against a dive. Jimmy survives up against getting hacked by Hisu, even though I think Hisu just should have looked for EMP instead of going for like a solo play to Jimmy. That was weird, and Hisu eventually just kind of flubs up the play by, I don't know, getting primaled off the map and never getting the EMP off. Losing Gangnam Jin was actually gigantic as well, because when you consider what happens in OT and how far back the run back distance is, even if you're a Lucio, Gangnam Jin's spawning all the way from Dragon spawn, not a forward spawn, Dragon's actual spawn. And he's got to go all the way into Charge base just for dying to Jimmy once. That's a gigantic, just one kill, but it's a gigantic loss because it's technically 4v5. So Charge put themselves into a very good position to finally win. But remember, on Colosseo, nobody capped. It was close enough that nobody actually capped the point at all.
Just brutal. And I mean, down to the wire, those last few moments, Guangzhou Charge is seemingly doing everything right. I mean, Piggy as well. Primal popped, juggles Hisu off the side of the map, forces him to translocate, delaying the EMP. And by the time the EMP comes through, they're down members. It's in OT. He has to pull the trigger, but there's just not enough damage to try to get it done. Choi Se-won, nope, I mentioned that I went for a vote on the far away, but Choi Se-won throughout this series, incredible impact performances, nice, double pulse bomb kill. Not something that we see too often. Very well set up by Piggy. Yeah. But he was having a whale of a time here on the Tracer.
I want to set the record straight, by the way. I'm pretty sure I saw in the chat that you did, in fact, also join us for the Choi Se-won vote. So, I thought it was pretty sure it was a unanimous one, Seth. Everyone went for Choi Se-won here for good reason. I mean, look how hard he clutched up on maps, especially the one on King's Row where Charge lost. They lost this map, but still Choi kept this team in so hard. Just multiple plays from Choi that were brilliant. And I think this has also been a long time coming if it wasn't for the fact that Jimmy had been, super flashy and destroying his opponents in previous matches. Choi had been right alongside him. Choi had been farming up the stats, putting in the impact every single game so far. I mean, it's been 3 years of Choi being underrated, being unspoken of, and I think this is the year where he really has his breakout.
I mean, we saw it just, even last year, even with some of the struggles that Charge were going through, when they started looking better and better, Choi Se-won was the one who was coming out and looking like one of the best DPS players that we did have in APAC at the time, and that hasn't really gone away. He's just continuing to find impact, and like you say, if not for perhaps Jimmy's incredible flashy performances across their opening series on this Hanzo in particular, maybe Choi Se-won would find himself with a couple more MVP wins, player of the match wins, but he put up some incredible figures here from the side of this Tracer, even if he didn't quite have the same pulse stick percentage. At the end of the day, it's about who wins.
4 maps. So remember, Viper's pulse stick rate for 4 maps was 50. Choi Se-won ending on 47.4 is only 2.6 off, which is still very close. I mean, this is no blue collar day. It is a little bit for Choi Se-won, considering the color of the team and all that, and how hard he's had to work over 3 years. It's been a blue collar career, I think, for Choi Se-won, but I mean, 47.4 is nothing to scoff at. That's only 2.6 off of what Viper got previously versus Seoul. And another thing I want to point out is when we actually had the head-to-head stat lineup between Choi and Viper, you notice that Choi still had comparable elims and final blows despite not having anywhere close to a pulse stick rate. And that just shows how much impact he's had on the game, where despite not farming all his kills off pulse bombs, his impact in the neutral just as a Tracer was phenomenal because he had very comparable stats despite not having the 83%.
Well, hi, we're on camera, and we can see what you were talking about. It does look like you're kind of repping the Guangzhou Charge a little bit with your outfit there today, Avril.
A lot more than I expected. It just wasn't even intentional.
It's all good. I mean, why not? I mean, they have just continued to prove that they are at the top of the standings here in APAC. It's been a wonderful beginning to the season for them, and they're in a very strong position now as we do get ready to go into knockouts, starting from next week. But I think that for Shanghai Dragons, being able to get the map, being able to have everything other than Antarctic Peninsula be as competitive as it was, is still a good indicator that there is hope. We got to see, Pleta playing some different things. We got to see him, bringing out the Sigma, trying to go into that 1v1 versus Piggy. Didn't quite go his way. Was, Accretion's son out of one of his fluxes, etc. But clearly, things are continuing to level up. And that's the question that we kind of posed before we went into this matchup was, do we see continued growth from the Shanghai Dragons, or do things stagnate after the most recent loss? It seems like they are, in fact, kind of like the fuel, trending a bit upward, just not necessarily at that same pace.
And, well, better late than never. If Shanghai continue to at least make improvements, then they'll not only make games more competitive, but you'll likely see them take more maps and take more matches here. I don't think it was really going to be possible for Shanghai to beat the Guangzhou Charge today. That's why you set the bar towards just 2 maps. The bar is 2 maps, which versus Charge might still be too many, but they got the 1, which I think is impressive. The fact that they got King's Row, especially after the shellacking that was in Antarctic Peninsula, was a real big surprise, I'm sure, to everybody watching, because Shanghai did not look good on map number 1, but they came back swinging so hard on King's Row.
It's unfortunately, I think, one of those moments for both, the team Shanghai as well as the fans is just, okay, what if we didn't have that rough start? What if we were a bit more warmed up coming into that Antarctic Peninsula? Could this have been a different result? Could have been even more competitive. Unfortunately, we just won't know, because that's not the way that things transpired. But we are going to be waiting on an interview. I believe that we're going to have Jimmy for our player interview, so that'll be fun. Get to hear from him and see how he feels given the team's performance so far this season and whatnot. So we're just waiting to get him situated so that we can jump into that.
I got to think about what I'm going to ask him now, because if it was, I thought we were going to get Choi, because Choi and Piggy have been interviewed most of the times, but we had to finally talk to Jimmy after it's funny, because the 2 times Jimmy got play of the match, I think Choi got interviewed, and now Choi gets to play the match, but we're going to interview Jimmy. But I think there's a lot to ask him, because haven't spoken to Jimmy yet this season. We don't know what his thoughts are on a lot of things. So we'll get that one cooking. Mm-hmm. First question will be, is you going to Custer's wedding or not? Give us a straight answer.
I was considering asking that one as well. But probably just doesn't have the time to do it. Unfortunately, man's got to grind, I want to clarify something that I said earlier, because I could see somebody mistaking it. I didn't say that the Dragons were playing like garbage before, by the way. I said that Flash Lux fled his old teams playing like garbage. It just stuck in my brain after I said it. I was like, someone's going to misconflate that. But I'm being told that the interview is ready, so we can go ahead and jump into that one. I don't want to see any pitchforks coming for me here from the Shanghai fans. But we'll go ahead and get ready to chat with Jimmy and see how he feels about the win and about the season so far. Just waiting to confirm that production.
There he is.
Okay, there we go. Hello.
Jimmy, 你好，可以听见吗? Hello.
你好, can you hear us?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we got Evelyn. We got Evelyn here as well. So let's just kick things off. Congratulations on winning. That was probably a little bit more difficult than you expected today. You guys ended up losing King's Row. So tell me what happened on that second map.
Wait, he has an issue with his cam. He has something with his mic, so maybe wait a couple of seconds.
All right. Well, we'll just wait until everything's fixed, I suppose.
Yeah, he's got some issue with his mic.
Okay. I think we might be getting his webcam mic.
I think you did hear us a little bit earlier on when I said hello in Chinese.
在不妨对吧？有没有道理？你们先不要说，我听不到。Hello。
Hello， 你好。
Yeah，我听得见。
Okay, you want to ask your question again, Avril?
Yeah, I can hear you. So.
Okay.
So the question was asking about King's Row and what happened on that map, given how much closer the series was than people anticipated.
好的，首先恭喜获胜。然后今天的比赛是不是好像比预想的困难一点？毕竟你们输掉了国王大道。想问一下，在国王大道上发生了什么呢？
在国王大道我们一直在出现一些失误，比如说被对面的 Viper 炸弹一直在被碾，我们做出了很多失误吧，包括我们的残局沟通也出了一些问题，然后我们会尽力去改正这个问题。
So on King's Row, we've made quite a lot of mistakes, like being caught by Viper. We died because of his post bombs, and also there was something went wrong with our communications. and we are a little bit like uncoordinated. But definitely we will fix these issues and perform better next time.
All right. I'll just go ahead. I'll ask the meme question, I suppose. But I assume your schedule is too busy. But can we expect to see you at Custa's wedding in the future here, Jimmy? Are you going to go and be his best man?
下一个问题就会比较有意思了。虽然知道你们应该都是忙着要打比赛，但是想问一下，你会不会出席 Casta 的婚礼呢？毕竟你是他的好兄弟，对吧？
经常想去参加他的婚礼，但是因为我们的训练赛赛程时间，我们估计会没有那个时间去参加他的婚礼，但是我会给他准备一些我的惊喜，以及我们广州。
Yeah, I definitely want to like attend Kasta's wedding, but sadly because we have so much screams and we have packed off all the time, so I may not be able to join. But I will prepare some surprises and some charge marks for Kasta and as our wedding present for him. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I want to ask a question about the previous match they played versus Seoul Infernal. It was a very close match that went to 5 maps. Do they feel like they are still the best team in the East region right now despite losing? And if you could give some thoughts on what happened in that game as well.
然后接下来这个问题想问一下之前对阵首尔烈火队的比赛，因为在上一场比赛非常遗憾的2-3输给了他们。但是依旧觉得大家表现得很好，想问一下，觉不觉得我们广州队还是能做到现在是东部赛区最强的队伍？同时也想问一下那场比赛发生了什么，所以会最终导致输掉呢？
那场比赛首先是因为就是他们拿了一个我们在训练赛里面基本上从来没有遇到过的阵容，然后在打比赛的时候我们也非常的心急，然后想要去找到去破解他们阵容的办法，但是因为我们的着急，然后出现了很多失误，但是我觉得我们队伍还是很有信心能继续成为东第一的。
So the main reason we lost the match against Seoul Inferno is because they had a comp that we've never met in scrims, which I guess is a ball comp, and that really caught us off guard. And we like be busy with figuring out how to counter that comp, but ultimately failed and made so many mistakes. But after like fixing all these mistakes, I believe we can still be the strongest team in APAC.
Okay. I mean, I have a question. You know, going beyond APAC, I'm not sure how much of the NA matches you've been able to watch, but have there been any teams this season that you've seen that you want to play against? You know, presuming that you can face them at the mid-season Madness tournament.
那么下一个问题是，想问一下有没有关注西部赛区的比赛？有没有哪支队伍是你特别想在季中赛能够遇到他们的？
亚大君临吧，因为我想试试我们用我们这个阵容我们一直在用我们半藏安娜锤妹这个阵容，一直在用这个阵容去接双短，我们想试试能不能接住西部最强的黑影力。
好的。So the team I want to play against the most is the Atlanta Reign because we've always been using our comp with Ashe, Hanzo, and Ana to counter the enemy dive comps with Sombra Tracer, and I want to know like whether it will work against the best Sombra Lip in that comp. Yeah.
I wanted to ask about the Hanzo at the moment because it seems like Guangzhou are mainly playing with you, Jimmy, on the Hanzo instead of any Sombra or any other types of compositions. So, what's your sort of reasoning for your preference for Hanzo at the moment? And, yeah.
在广州队的比赛中能看到基米选手你一直是在操刀半藏这个位置，想知道为什么会主要选择运用半藏这个英雄？
因为这个赛季我们在练习黑影阵容的时候出现了很多的问题，然后但是因为感觉时间不是那么充分，我们要去一点点修复这些问题比较困难。我们也尝试过黑影这个阵容一段时间，但是我们打的并不是很好，我们的配合包括我们的沟通会出现很多问题。但是我相信在后面的比赛里面，我们也会拿出这个阵容来的。
So we actually tried Sombra comps a lot in scrims, but it didn't work as well as we thought. There is some issue with our cooperation and communications, so we choose to go with Handle, which I'm more comfortable with. But I believe after more practice on Sombra, we will also come with the Sombra comp in the match in the future.
Okay,
Final
maybe
question for
something to see.
Jimmy. This will be a fun one. I'm wondering if Jimmy knows right now that he is probably the most popular Chinese Overwatch player for the English-speaking fans, and if he has any message for the English-speaking fans.
那么下一个问题就是一个比较有意思的问题。现在吉米选手，你可能是在英文社区里最受欢迎的中国选手呗？想知道你对英文社区的粉丝们有没有一些话可以讲的？就也可以尝试用英文讲，当然用中文也可以。
先用中文吧，我就不说英文了。就是很感谢他们的关注以及他们的支持啊，然后他们的很多有趣的梗，我们这边也都会我也会都看到。然后想对 fans 说的话就是，当 Costa 在直播的时候，请大家多多去关注 Costa。
好的 ，So yeah, he definitely appreciates the support from English fans, and he also saw a lot of like memes you guys made from him, and he thinks they are really fun. One thing he want to say is, to support him, maybe you could just come to Casta stream and support Casta more. Yeah, cause they are doing great buddies, I think. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, man. Congratulations again.
Yep, thank you, Jimmy. 谢谢。
感谢采访，谢谢。
拜拜。
Bye.
Bye. Alrighty. Well, there we go. Heard from the man himself. We'll have to, obviously keep tabs on if he's able to make it over to the wedding and whatnot. I think this would be some great photos. But at the end of the day, it seems like Custer's going to be a nice gift package. But good insights. Good to hear that they still, despite the loss to the Infernal, feel like they are very much at the top of the standings and can, win that in a rematch should it come down to it. But speaking about, standings, who's on top and whatnot, we'll get ready to go ahead and take a look at our bracket for next week because we are going to be diving into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, and finally get to see where our Overwatch League teams will be placed alongside the contenders teams as well, which I believe there should be some advantages for the Overwatch League teams in general, unless you are in the last place. So I believe for Seoul Dynasty and Shanghai, they'll be the ones with the unfortunate seeding in terms of having to play extra games in the bracket. It's 2 double Elam brackets, 2 separate double Elam brackets, of which only one winner from each bracket go to the mid-season madness. And I mean, possible chance, might be a small one, but a possible chance for a contenders team to maybe even make it.
Well, before that, we will say that for anybody who might be, watching from Korea or who wants to come out to Korea to go ahead and attend the matches there at mid-season, the tickets are open. So you can go ahead and pick up your tickets to be able to attend the matches in person. So, obviously 3-day event is going to be over at Kintex. There has been many a historical esports event held in that very venue. I believe that we had Kintex for, Apex Season 4. That was where, Prophet and whatnot were able to go ahead and get their win over Runaway, et cetera, et cetera. So very much is used to seeing, very familiar scene, I suppose, for Overwatch esports. So if you want to attend that, see it in person, you can do so. You can also obviously get tickets to go watch the games at the WDG Arena. But hope to see many a friendly face in the audience there.
And, hopefully a team like Guangzhou, if they make it there as well. A fun fact about the Guangzhou Charge is, I believe this team still hasn't even met in person yet for a bunch of the members, like Choi Se-won, obviously Piggy as well, because you've got some Chinese members, you have some Korean members. They wanted, if you guys watch for people that have, there's a documentary on the Guangzhou Charge YouTube where they basically talk about rebuilding the team. And yeah, a bunch of the players have never met. They wanted to do that last year in LA for the playoffs, but they ended up missing out. So, I believe brackets are up.
Yeah.
We get to talk about
we're not seeing
Blast,
everything
Panther SPG, and all the rest.
Yeah, we're seeing things a little bit differently from our side compared to your guys' side. But yeah, brackets are up. It's going to be exciting to see, how these all shape up. Being able to work those contenders teams into the mix as well is obviously going to be a new flavor, because I think we've got a decent idea of the power balance between all of our Overwatch League squads. But once we throw in these younger teams, these ones that are coming out of contenders that have a lot to prove, that's when things could certainly get spicy.
One thing I want to bring up that's going to be really interesting is that both the Joe teams have ended on the same bracket, so only one of them can make it through. Between the Guangzhou Charge and Hangzhou Spark, one of them will end up missing out on the mid-season madness. And at this stage, I mean, God, I want three. I want Charge, Infernal, and Spark to all make, because they're all good in their own right. Spark is struggling a little bit more than the other two at the moment, but yeah, you're going to lose one of the Joes in the brackets here, guaranteed. And on the other side of the bracket, you're going to have Infernal, Dragons, and Feel in there. So it looks like, to me, I wouldn't be surprised if Infernal have a much easier pathway through, although Infernal do have to go through O2 Blast as well, which will be hopefully one of the stronger contenders.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the expectation, just given the name and you know, what O2 is able to do. They have been a big farm team, I suppose, for the shock of the past. But we already kind of touched on it. Of course, the tickets are open. You can go ahead and pick them up. Follow the link down below. They went on sale just today, or tomorrow. They go on sale tomorrow. Sorry, May 15th. There you go. I'm a little bit off. But yeah, would love to see a lot of people there. I mean, I'm particularly planning on being there in person in the audience if I'm not working. So it'd be good to go back and see the old Kintex venue once again, as well as a lot of, you know, faces and Korean broadcast style that I have.
I require you to have a fan sign. I require you to have a fan sign.
I'm gonna have one. It's gonna say, "When's Runaway play?"
And then I want you to show your face for about 2 seconds and hide it away. That way we don't know if it's you. It's like, was that Achilles? We'll never know. Have to rewind the VOD.
I'll probably end up sticking out like a sore thumb in the crowd. So I think I don't think it'd be too hard to discern if it was me or not. So, but I think that is something that we can look forward to, because hey, I've got a car now. I can drive over to Kintex with relative ease. It's like a 25-minute drive for me. That's not too bad at all. I'll just have to make sure that I can, you know, get a ticket, because these things might sell out pretty quickly. Korean fans have been a little bit starved, I suppose, when it comes down to, you know, having some LAN events. Obviously now with the WGG arena, there's plenty to watch, but having all the teams, having some of the, you know, the North American teams as well coming over to here is going to be a much different flavor for them. So I'm looking forward to that for sure.
And that ends the qualify stage. So we're officially into knockout starting next week. So we're not going to be taking a break. The fun does not end here. The fun don't stop, as we get to see the two brackets come through for what is going to be the business end of stage one, the first split.
Yeah, we didn't see them, so we'll take a look at them again. We didn't see them. You guys saw them, but we will have the brackets up once again, I'm being told, so that we can take a look at it. We were able to react a little bit to the Group B bracket, but as soon as it's ready, we'll fly that on screen once again so that Haverl and I can give our honest and big reactions. This is the matches for today.
In case you forgot the scoreline.
In case you forgot the scorelines.
I can fill in the gaps here as well in case you're wondering which exact Overwatch League team. So it'll be Pokerface versus Dreamers, then Rhodes versus Seoul Dynasty. In case you don't know who's on Rhodes, that's kind of like a Chengdu-esque team as well. They're the team that are full of a bunch of ex-Chengdu and ex-Overwatch League members from Spark as well. Back in the day, got Pineapple Prettier, Aprita, Odium, Coldest Kaneki. Just thought I wanted to point that team out in particular. And then the Owl Seed 1 is Guangzhou Charge, and Owl Seed 3 is Hangzhou Spark on the bottom side. So they are on the same bracket. So it's going to be Seoul Dynasty, Spark, and Charge all on this side of the bracket with Pokerface, Dreamers, and Rhodes. 3 Chinese teams all on the same side of the bracket. That's actually a little bit tragic, but that's how the cookie crumbles.
I mean, unfortunately, just going to have to cannibalize the region just a little bit. But then if you want to go ahead and fill in the gaps as we go over to the Group B bracket.
Yeah, O2 Blast versus Panthera. No one needs an introduction to O2 Blast. This team has dominated the entire Korean region for years at a time. Seed 6 is going to be Shanghai Dragons, who unfortunately did not take their second map win today. Seed 2 is Seoul Infernal, with Seed 4 as the Dallas Fuel. So I think this side of the bracket number 2, is definitely far more tenable. Outside of O2 Blast, this should be a fairly, I think, straightforward run for the Seoul Infernal. They would be the strong favorites here. They get to dodge both the Joe teams. And you know, Dallas Fuel could prove to be a bit of a problem if they level up again. Shanghai starting to look more dangerous, but really I think, you know, if O2 Blast get past Panthera, which they probably should, the O2 versus Seoul Infernal game should hopefully be a bit of a banger.
All right, well, plenty to look forward to. Obviously, all that action is going to be kicking off next week, so you don't have to wait too long, and we'll get right into the nitty-gritty of it, because I believe we also have, like 4 matches each day next week, across Saturday and Sunday, I believe, if my memory is serving. So there's going to be a lot of APAC action to digest. Again, some new looks with those contenders teams coming in, looking to really prove themselves. because at the end of the day, these are going to be teams that are playing with nothing to lose but everything to gain for the most part. So if they can make deep runs, O2 Blast in particular, the ones that we have, some higher expectations for, then that is going to shake things up and probably feel pretty bad for the Overwatch teams that fall to their hands. So we'll have to just wait and see what happens. But that is going to do it from us. Go ahead and wrap things up here for week 3, and then we'll see you guys again once we go ahead and get into the elimination stage of things. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll catch you next week. We'll just stay live. Screw it. We'll stay live until next week.
They got Choi. We got